Go look at the moon. It's beautiful, but she pissing me the fuck off. I'm pissed the fuck off, bitch. This moon. People real nice, nasty tonight. People real nice, nasty tonight. Are y'all having real nice, nasty people around you tonight? I pray not. I pray the fuck not, cause my fucking god, bitch. It's the way I'm getting ate up. It's the way I'm going through every motherfucking thing, bitch. I'm gonna start with the easiest shit to talk shit about, cause the other shit a little bit toxic, a little bit messy, a little bit too messy. Oh, I gotta open this fucking window, bitch. Like that's how much I'm fucking overheating, bitch. This Mars Aries ass moon, bitch. I'm boiling right now, bitch. Not you bloated, bitch. I'm crying. I'm fucking crying. I'm so mad right now, y'all. I'm so fucking mad. Like, I don't know if y'all care about the moon, but the moon is in Aries and it's a hunter moon, bitch. And it's not playing. It's not playing, bitch. So, first, this is a series of fucking ridiculous events that happened to me for no motherfucking reason. Bitch, all I wanted to do was relax. Me and my boo, we was watching Sweeney Todd. We had a cute little moment. And then everything just blew the fuck up. Running around, tire blue, tire blue, tire blue. Is that not crazy? The tire motherfucking popped in front of some rich white people house. And I was low-key scared because I was just like, bitch, last thing we need is for the police to come. Last thing we fucking need. And so I'm sitting in this white lady motherfucking in front of this white lady house, this big ass house, bitch. Big smart house, bitch. Disney, bitch. Smart household. I'm telling you, it was a big ass house. And I'm sitting there stressed. Why the bitch gonna look at me and go, hey? I was like, hello. And she came over. She's like, are you okay? And I was like, no, our car broke down. And she was like, oh, do you need some help? Like, she was just sprang into action. I was like, whoa. And I was like, it's okay. I appreciate you. And she's like, this happens all the time. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, the white lady was being very kind, and I really appreciate that because, every now and then when white people are nice, it's like, you know what? Yeah, it can't be all of them all the time, right? All of them all the time would be fucking awful. But like every now and then, bitch, the behavior be adding up for what the fuck the moment is giving. You know what I mean? And so we fucking it down bad. And the lady was nice as fuck. She gave us some water. She gave us some hand warmers because I think she thought that the fucking the window was stuck down or some shit. But I was smoking, bitch. So, and I felt bad because I was blowing fat ass weed in front of this bitch house. I was just like, girl, I'm distressed. I had so much fucking shit to do today. Almost didn't get to do my motherfucking job, which was distressing. Like whenever I have a day off from my job, I got my business. You feel me? So ain't no days off, bitch. So I was really fucking stressed because I'm like, bitch, not a delay, not another fucking delay. And don't get me wrong, bitch. If your car motherfucking break down, like that's a real ass delay. It's a real reason, but I still just feel like I don't fucking said every motherfucking thing didn't happen to me, child. I just feel like, baby, I just wanted to be like, and here you go. And here's the Trachiana, and we're good. And we're good. You know what I mean? I just want to fucking move on at this point. Because it's like, I know motherfuckers be thinking I'm a scammer. It's like, no, girl. I'm just poor. And if something happens to me, it affects all of us. Like, it's just very much like, and motherfuckers be mad at me. I'm like, girl, be mad at the universe. The fuck? Be mad at white supremacy, bitch. I didn't set it up to have no support system. What the fuck? I swear, some folk really want you to, like, hold yourself accountable for being a broke bitch in a system that really don't care if you're a broke bitch. Like, really don't care how ate up you are getting. Doesn't matter. So I just feel like that's what be making it so sick when other people be acting like they can't hold space for you to get it together. I understand it can be frustrating to hold space for a bitch to get it together for a long periodically time. I'm not going to say that that's not annoying. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, like, some folks have really hit me up and, like, really tried to make me feel like I'm the reason why things aren't working out. And it's like, I hate to tell you this. I hate to say that. I hate to say that. Honestly, very kind. Very kind. And so the white lady brought us some hand warmers and some water bottles. We ended up having to leave the car. Tragic. But bitch, this is where my irritation really started because the car not working didn't even phase me. I was like, we're going to figure something out. It's still daylight. It's 6 p.m. We're going to still be able to do everything we needed to do. But then, bitch, I decided to order some food because we was on the way to get food, bitch. So we starving in a broke down car. I ordered some fucking food off DoorDash and I text the lady immediately and let her know we're inside of a car outside of this person's house. You don't need to knock on that door. We're the people that ordered the food. We're in a white Ford Fusion. Girl, why this woman going to... And keep in mind, I paid in the app. I tipped in the app. I don't want no one to think I didn't tip her. She was already tipped in the app. Big tip. Big tip. Why? Did sis say, can you tip in person? I said, I'm not sure. I said, I tipped in the app. She goes, well, you're about to have me going all around looking for you. I was like, why would you be looking for someone that's in a car on the street? You literally just need to pull up. That's it. You literally just need to pull up. You don't have to get out the car. You just have to hand me my food. That's it. She was really trying to figure out if I could give her more money because I'm broke down on the side of the fucking road. And I told her that before she even talked to me. That was the first message I sent to her was thank you so much for picking up this order. We are broken down. We are waiting on AAA. That's fine. That's fine. She asked me to tip her double. That's what I'm telling you. I had already tipped her on the app. She said, I'm gonna need more money to hand you this bag of food in your broke down car outside of the house that you're saying you're at. I'm sorry, but that's unreasonable as fuck. Like, that's insane as fuck. Baby, most people, you gotta go to their funky ass door and ring their bell and wait. I'm already outside. That has nothing to do with this. I mean, no shade to you. But it's like, girl, you're already getting a tip from the app. All I asked was that you don't bother the people in that house. That's it. And she really was like, can you tip in person? I said, I already tipped you. She goes, no, I'm going to need more tip. She asked for an extra tip to do less work. That's what blew my mind. So again, if folks want to feel like I owed her extra money to hand me the food out of her window versus go to someone's house, knock on a door, wait outside, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not even. It's fine. It's fine because let y'all be broke down in the car ordering some food and a bitch asks you to give her another $10. That would be wild. That would be wild to me. But if it's not wild for you, that's fine. But girly, I told her I tipped in the app. She said, "Yeah, but you want me to go look for you." That's what she told me. I said, "Why would you need to look for me? I told you where I am." Babe, I'm about to like low key send the screenshots to Uber and be like, this was inappropriate because I literally let her know I was in parody. Is it parody? Imp. What's the word? Jeopardy. Bitch, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for this weed. My God, thank God for that. But yeah, no, she really, and I literally was like, she was texting me like I was a bitch. I was like, I'm not understanding. I'm like, did you read what I wrote? Like, I literally had to ask her, did you read what I wrote? I said, I'm broke down on the side of the road. I gave you a $10 tip on a $40 hamburger plate. We got 2 hamburgers, 2 fries, babe. It was a $50 motherfucking delivery for a hamburger and fries and 2 drinks. Sweetie, the $10 tip on top of the $40 meal, that's all I had. She was really hitting me with like, oh, you don't got no cash? I'm like, ma'am, I was like, I only contacted you to let you know not to ring the doorbell. I'm not inside of the home. That's all I contacted you for. So she really tried to play me and make it seem like I'm contacting her to give her an extra instruction. Not at all. Listen, no, I feel like but here's my thing, Emily. She's not entitled to it, but it's like, bitch, if you're ordering food, like, don't play these people. Like, I'm really not that type. Like, don't get me wrong. Have I ever not had the money to really be tipping and I still did? Yeah. But, like, bitch, like, I feel like if you ordering I'll like, girl, like again. When I say tip it, I just mean like giving more than a motherfucking. Like, cause I'm gonna keep a fucking buck. I got some homies that'll order delivery and put $2, $3. I'm not trying to play nobody. I feel like at least five. Like I feel like at least five, depending on how much it is. I feel like I'll give you 10 if shit is fucking crazy. Like again, I'm asking you to deliver to a random car. Maybe that might have stressed her out. Like I'm over here trying to think about her safety as well. Like, and in the end, I had Dane get out the car and meet her in the street because it's like I was angry as fuck. I literally was like so pissed off. And then the gag, her and her man pulled up in this fucking Bugatti Lincoln truck, rich as fuck, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, not y'all in the Bugatti Lincoln truck and trying to figure out why I can't give you more cash. Ma'am, listen, I'm not trying to play nobody. I work food service as well, and I just feel like tips, they're not, they're like, that's the thing about it. It's like you want to hope that everybody, knows that we deserve a tip. We deserve to be paid. I feel like that's the thing that sucks too. It's like nobody's getting paid a fair wage, so it makes tips feel way more important now because that's the variable in your day to day as a server or a food worker. Like at this point, it's like we all know you're not getting paid enough money. So if you're not getting paid enough money, it falls on everybody else. And I get it. I know some people don't like that shit. That's real. That's real. I feel like the bigger conversation is like, why can't we get living wages, all of us? You know what I mean? I feel like if we all poured into that combo, I feel like that would be worth our fucking time. But you know where we at. You know where we at. You know where we at. I hear you on trying to give 20%. I feel like that's not always realistic. Because the thing about it is some of these orders, like if you ordering out for a bunch of people, like at the office, a bunch of us will put orders together, right? That shit could come up to be over $100. 20% of $100. Don't get me wrong. Everybody not gonna be able to tip the same amount. I feel like that's the thing. On top of that, I feel like some people have never worked in the food industry, so someone like me understands the tip situation. So I'm gonna give a little bit more when I have it. If I don't, I'm not gonna be stupid and like throw my last for no fucking reason. But I also usually don't go nowhere that I got a tip and I don't got it. Like I usually don't put myself in that situation. I'll cook but again, I feel like there are people out there who are like, I'm not going to tip. Tipping is extra. It's not guaranteed. And they're not wrong, but I do think that unfortunately it's a part of our social custom, and so just like not being paid a fair wage. So I think that it's a double-sided coin. Two things are true at once: people not getting paid a living wage, and you are not obligated to tip. However, I will say this: if you go out repeatedly anywhere and you're not tipping, baby, they know about you, and there's E. coli in your food. I pray don't nobody got a regular. I pray you don't be going over to no bar like it's Cheers or some shit. I pray you don't be showing up to to the restaurant every week and they know you don't give no extra money. I pray you don't do that to yourself because you'll really get sick out here for real. Like it's sad, but I've seen some things, girl. I'm not a poisoner. I worked as a barista, so I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? If you don't tip me, I'm not really tripping like that. It's a drink, babe. Like, it's nice when you get a tip on a barista, but more and more now, people are not doing that. Like, I'm being so fucking for real. More and more now, they're not. More and more now, it's really dangerous to be a barista girl because you just getting burned up. Yeah, you got free drinks, but, do they even have almond milk? Girl, how's your butthole? Like, let's be honest. Like, that's all I'm trying to say. Exactly, exactly. Like, I just feel like Emily, you saying what you said got me dead because it's true. But again, I mean no shade when I say this. Like, that lady was really hitting me like, girl, don't be giving me no extra instructions. And it's like, all I said was, you don't have to do as much as you may be thinking. You don't have to knock on the door. You don't have to get out the car. I am already in a car by the road on the literal corner where you turn at. In fact, I gave her the wrong address and told her to drive a little bit too far. I told her to drive not as far. I told her I'm on the corner, not down the lane. So it's like, girly, I'm literally letting you know that you don't have to drive as much for me. You don't have to do nothing extra for me. I am literally going through something and I just needed some food to survive. That's what I exactly told her. And it was crazy how much she wanted to fight with me. I was like, oh, okay, all right. This Aries moon is not playing, girl. People are just saying how they feel, which I appreciate. But sometimes how somebody feel, it don't feel appropriate. Like it just don't feel appropriate. Like tell your man that you're mad. Tell your man was sitting right there. You could have been cussing the whole time you was holding my food. You could have put a hex on my food. I'm glad you didn't. But who knows if you did, bitch. I'm gonna be real. Whenever I be having issues with the delivery people, I be like, Noe, we're in a hunter Aries moon right now, bitch. We're in a hunter Aries moon, so be careful, bitch, cause it's a lot of. Woo, I'm telling you, bitch. This ain't even all that happened to me today, bitch. I got dragged. I'm actually currently being dragged, which is funny as fuck. So tell me if this shit makes sense. I'm a part of this group on this app called Lex, Lex, and the group is literally for people to talk about drug use, talk about different types of drugs, all types of shit. I was in that group, hanging out there, having a good time, and then all of a sudden, bitch, I feel you. No, it's definitely time for a white candle, bitch, on some real shit. One white candle, bitch. One white candle tonight. But okay, like I said, I was a part of this group where everybody talks about like what drugs they've done before, what the effects were. If they're on drugs at the moment, they might just be in the chat, just chatting on drugs. You know what I mean? Everybody talked about what they have done before. It's a really cool group. But one of the dude that was running it randomly one day disappeared, and everybody got shook. And then we found out that he started a Discord because he didn't like being on Lex no more. That's fine, but I became the fucking admin for some fucking reason, and nobody else wanted to do it. I kept being like, "Do somebody want to help me with this group?" Nobody wanted to help me. Randomly today, somebody had said something about something, and I had just responded, there's no safety. Like, safety's not real. Like, we can cultivate safer spaces, but there's no safety. And baby, you would have thought I told them that their mama was ugly. Like, you would have thought that I told them that they stink like a corroded, rotted big toe on a fucking dead hippo. Like, you would have really thought that I gently punched them in the fucking head and told them that they breath stink and their mama stink and everybody in their whole fucking generation stink like motherfucking earring backs. Like, you would really think I just Kimbo sliced the fuck out of everybody when I said that. Sweetie, the group is still dragging me to this motherfucking moment. This conversation started at 6 p.m. this evening while I'm in a car minding my business. All I said was safety not real. These motherfuckers are trying to prove to me, they're trying to prove to me that it's not real. Like, that's what's even crazier. That's the most ironic part about it. I'm over here just naming because somebody tried to say something about harm reduction. I was like, that's how we got to harm reduction. Because we know safety not real. We know, like, we know that being safe means we got to communicate. Can we communicate with everybody? Do we know every person around us good enough to be like, hey, how do I keep you safe? Think about that. There's so many people in this world. We'll never get close enough to them to even feel like we can ask. And that's sad because that low key is one of the first questions a motherfucker should be asking you, especially if you're not white. What the fuck? Like, in retrospect, I was really just in that group just like emoting like shit and motherfuckers was getting mad at me. I was like, it's unfortunate that like we just don't know how to love each other automatically. We don't know how to be safe with each other automatically. It's unfortunate that y'all are not hearing that that's an opportunity. I'm not saying you'll never be safe. I'm saying that all we can hope for at this moment is safer spaces. That unfortunately, because the world is not safe for black folk, black queer, trans, disabled, black indigenous, black fat, black trans, like when those folks have safety, maybe we'll have it too. But until then, all we can do is communicate with each other and try to build safer spaces. Bitch, the way these folk are eating me up, the way this biracial bitch really dragged the shit out of me, hear me out. This biracial person is in the group. I found out they were a trans man after I said, I'll say this. I was talking, and then this trans man said something, and then a bunch of people were like, oh, I understand now. And I said, not y'all understanding when a man said it. And then the trans man gonna get mad at me because I identified them as a man. Keep in mind, pronouns saying he, him, full beard, full motherfucking beard. This light skinned biracial man mad at me. Talking about some, name themselves a faggot in their bio, but you not a man, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Like, don't be mad that I seen somebody say in real time that the man said it better, and that was frustrating for me. All I said literally was, not the man said it better, and an emoji. Next thing I know, I'm a bitch and a hoe. This trans man started dragging me, talking about myself, I'm not a man, I'm a faggot. Girl, that's a man, is it not? Like, I don't know what the fuck you doing. I don't know why you trying to play games with me right now. But ain't nobody trying to motherfucking play with you. All I said was, the girlie said she understood when a man spoke and said the same shit as me. They gonna talk about something, well, we just have different communication styles. That's fine. Two things can be true. You don't want to be called a man, and and I called you a man in a moment where it seemed like masculinity was being rewarded. Like, I don't know what the issue really is. I said, I'm sorry for calling you a man. Like, what next? What next? What next? No, babe, I literally said that. I was like, I could tell y'all want to argue, but I can't argue with you. Like, y'all mad. Like, bitch. And again, I'm not mad at any of them for how they're reacting because it's fine. But it was very much giving, like, combative, and it was awkward because, baby, it was a bunch of mixed people. Then there was this one mixed person trying to invoke that they're black, and I was like, sweetie, it's very obvious you're mixed, and I don't know why you're choosing this moment to make it seem like I'm not clocking anti-blackness going down in this chat, because I'm naming colonized behavior. Like, this trans mask of center person is really talking down to me, calling me a ding dong, calling me a unhinged and crazy, and all I'm doing is communicating. At some point, before they started getting disrespectful, I even said, if you'd like to be admin, I will allow you to be admin with me. We could co-admin this shit. I don't have any rules here. I was made admin randomly. I don't really, like, I don't have any dog in this fight other than I want to make sure that this space stays as safe as it can be. But as we said before, safety not real. So I just feel like my desire is to not make it unsafe by not hearing you. But all I can offer is that you be an admin with me. Why this bitch gonna be like, I don't want to be an admin with you? I'm like, that's fine. Start your own group. Then they're gonna keep calling me names. Then they're gonna talk about something. They're leaving the group. It's like, girl, do whatever y'all want to do. Like, I just feel like they want so badly for me to, like, go off on them. No, none of them want to really. None of them want to run the group, which is fine. But I feel like in that moment, it was just obvious why, because it's like nobody really wants to fucking be loving, bitch. And I feel like that's why I can't not be in the group. That's why I can't not be admin. Because I'm like, bro, a bunch of mixed people dragged me for literally saying that the colonizer is colonizing, for saying water is wet. A bunch of my people. And I literally was like, girl, I was like, I just read your bio, not your biracial. I'm like, we're supposed to be unlearning colorism. We're supposed to be setting a standard for these white people to understand unlearning is possible. Like, not you up here dragging me. And then this ugly ass white bitch had the nerve to pop up on me talking about some, I feel like you're just using a bunch of buzzwords. Girly, get the, like, ooh, oh my god, this white bitch really was disrespectful as fuck towards me, and then had the nerve when this biracial person was trying to get at me to jump up talking about some, it's really sad how you're harming this trans masculine person. I was like, girl, nobody harming nobody. Like, they said that they're not a man, even though their pronouns are he, him, even though they're calling themselves every mask of center term, they're saying they're not a man. That's fucking fine. But me acknowledging that people said that the man said it better than me, oh, I'm gonna fucking say that if I want to. And then the mask of center person gonna say to me, oh, nobody in this chat fucks with you. They were like, by a show of hands, who don't fuck with them? Nobody says shit. I said, baby, I don't need the chat to fuck with me. I'm an individual. Like, I know what I feel and I can say it. Two things can be true at once. Bitch, Meryl Streep, they wanted to argue. They did. But it was really crazy because I'm just like, babe, like, and I'm just still in the group being calm. I'm still in the group, like, and I'm not trying to say being calm means that you're right. I'm just saying, like, I'm regulated as fuck. They over here bugging on me, calling me names, trying to make me feel bad and shit. I'm like, okay, I'm literally like, I'm like, I'm like, y'all been disrespecting me. They were. But that's the thing. I kept telling them, y'all can start your own group whenever y'all want. That was making them even more mad. This one person was like, why should we leave the group when you don't care about being the admin? I was like, I never said I don't care about being the admin. I said I didn't want to be the admin. But the admin that was here saw me being kind to people who were very rude. And they figured I have a level head and can handle conflict. And then they kept trying to drag this shit out of me. And I'm just like, girl, you saying you didn't want to be, like, when I offered to be admin with you, you said fuck me. Now I know you don't like me. Now I know you hate my guts. Why would I make you co-admin so you could kick me out? That don't make sense. It's okay though, baby. I was like, I'm not sure what you were thinking, but good fucking luck. Like, you need all the luck you could get, precious, because that was really bizarre. And again, this is a biracial person in front of all these ugly ass white people who already were disrespectful towards me, acting a fool. Then this other mixed person talking about some, I'm black and all my family's is black and you're just an asshole. Girl, no. You're not black, and it's very weird that you're choosing this moment in front of all these weird white people to invoke your blackness. To do what exactly? Because y'all aren't getting me out of admin. So what's the end goal here? To what? What credibility do you think that I'm trying to invoke that I have? I was just saying that we're not in a safe space. It's the truth. And even the motherfucker that don't like me agreed with me. So what we gonna do now? And then at one point, the person Shay gonna talk about some, oh, you're so arrogant, do 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 do. I'm like, I guess. And then they blew me a kiss, and I posted like a laughing emoji. I was like, I knew we were gonna kiss at some point. They were like, ew, you're gross. I'm gone. And I'm like, girl, I'm not taking none of y'all seriously. Cause honestly, when this bald white bitch started dragging me in the group, I was like, oh, so nobody gonna check her? Oh, okay. And I told her, don't address me again in the group. Like, you have lost privilege to communicate with me. She's like, I thought you were going to ignore me. I was like, I didn't want to ignore you. I was like, I was like, I wanted you to treat me like somebody worthy of communicating with kindness and dignity and empathy. I'm not delusional, though. I can see that that's not going to be possible. So we're never going to speak again. And you know why. Like, you know why exactly. It's just like, girl, this ain't it. And like, it's weird. It's like they was really on some, oh, this is a queer app and you're enacting, you're being arrogant. I was like, I'm not being arrogant at all. I'm actually accepting all of y'all behavior. If I was being arrogant, I would decide that my behavior is the best and just ban all of y'all, block all of y'all. We're having a free discussion. Y'all don't like me. What else? Y'all not liking me doesn't really impact me being admin at all. Like, I never asked to be admin. I was left to be one. So I'm gonna be one to my best of my abilities. When I fuck up, I'm sure people will let me know. Right now, you're letting me know that you don't like me because I said safety's not real, and then you said it after me, and somebody gave you a big ass pat on the back, and I was disturbed by that. That's why we're fighting. Yeah, you can say you're not a man, but bitch, you're crying like one. Like, you're crying like one real loud. And it's so fucking bizarre. Like, they were like, I'm probably just as much of a faggot as you. And I'm just like, girl, I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't even know what you're trying to say to me. Like, I think people be thinking I'm a trans woman and they think that they can, like, say certain stuff to me. Like, I really feel like my masculine of center, like, demeanor, seemingly, is, like, why the fuck, like, people feel, like, okay to disrespect me in a certain way and then, like, walk it back. Because it's like, all right, you're saying you're not a dude. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like, you don't have to be a man for somebody to see masculinity in you and choose you. Like, I don't know what the point of that was. It's almost like they didn't want to. I was like, why can't you just own the fact that you're being read as a man? Why is that a crime? Maybe just do better. I don't get it. Like, you're coding as a cis man. You are. Like, let's be so fucking for real. Like, girly. Like, I don't know. Like, some of these trans folk be really blowing me because I'm like, babe, not you put on a man's uniform, but now I'm wrong for thinking that I smell misogyny. Okay, like, girl, I don't know what we're talking about here. I don't know what we're talking about here, but okay. No, I know they were mad as fuck. I know they were mad as fuck that I'm making it funny, but that's the thing. I'm trying to make it funny because, bitch, I don't really give a fuck about this. Like, that's what they don't realize. Like, I'm literally like, girly, it's not a job to me. I just be letting people in the group, and then if something goes left, I, like, I regulate if I can, if I gotta. So far, I haven't done shit in that group. I ain't kicked nobody out, ain't blocked nobody, banned nobody, nothing. And meanwhile, they talking shit about me like I did something to them, bitch. I literally just be letting people in the group. That's the only thing I do as an admin. I haven't done shit to nobody. All I swear to God, like that's what got me the most dead. It's like imagine somebody wanting to beat your ass because you said the world is not a safe place, and that for safety to be happening anywhere, we would have to communicate with each other and figure out how to do it. I'm so sorry, but that shit makes me want to cry, bad as hell. Like I'm really sad. Like that is some sad shit. That is some really sad shit, bitch. Truly sad. And that's why I'm like, I'm not about to fight with y'all. They're over here talking about some I'm monologuing. I'm like, bitch, what do you want me to cuss you out? Like, it's clear. It's clear. Y'all think y'all gonna provoke me into being ugly just like y'all. You're not. Like, I'm just gonna keep on talking to y'all like a dad. That's all I got in me. I'm on dad mode, bitch. I'm like, well, what did you learn? What was the lesson? That's where I'm at. You know? Like, I'm not about to be fighting with nobody on the internet. What the fuck? Hell no. It's crazy shit going on out here, bitch. We need all the help we can get. The fuck? I ain't trying to have no beefs. For real. If I see a beef, I'm walking away. And I like cows. I love a burger. I love a pot roast. But I'm walking away from beef. I really gotta get away from it. The internet is a strange ass place. What up, Nubia? Hey, beauty. Bitch, these people are all different ages, late 20s, early 30s. Like it's elders. It's elders and younger 20s or late 20s. You know what, Meryl Streep, that part. Thank you for saying that. Because again, I'm over here still I, to this very moment, they're still writing shit to me. They're still acting like I'm an asshole. This one motherfucker kept calling me a ding dong, and I'm like, I'm a ding dong because what exactly? Like I'm asking questions. I'm staying curious with folk. Folk over here, like this one man gonna say he wanted to help me be admin, then said he wasn't gonna help me be admin because I said safety not real. He really tried to weaponize me saying something true in the group after he done posted his blog about fucking harm reduction. I'm like, plays ironic music. We only know about harm reduction because we are living in an unsafe place. We're living in a world that's not safe. So we literally had to come up with a way to keep on navigating it. Yeah, no, they're definitely old enough to know better, and it's really fucking frustrating. And again, I'm not trying to make it seem like I was perfect. There were definitely moments where I feel like I should have just not said certain things, because like there was a moment where I was just like, I'm really excited for y'all's new group. I was like, where everyone's gonna be perfect. All the perfect people are gonna start a new group. Everyone that's never said anything weird or off-putting. Anybody out there, who knows the right thing to say all the time, you're gonna love that group because that's what they're creating. They're creating a group where everyone's gonna say the right thing at the right time. We're never gonna have any conflict because they were getting upset with me. You're starting conflict. I'm like, I didn't start any conflict. Conflict started when I named something and people felt like I was trying to tell them that they're in danger. Like that's what it feels like to me. Is when I said safety's not real, people immediately, and keep in mind, this is a group where people do a lot of drugs and talk about them. This one person starts talking about some, well, every drug you take affects you and does something. I'm like, girly, we're not talking about drugs. We weren't talking about drugs that whole fucking time. Girly just started popping out talking about drugs. I'm like, so people that's in the combo not even following it. They just applying it to whatever the fuck they want to apply it to because it's a drug group, so of course we're talking about drugs, but we really weren't. We were talking about safety not being real, period. But again, it was in context with this person sharing a link. I think a lot of people just held that this man shared a link about harm reduction and thought that like I was talking about safety not being real in regards to drugs, but I was talking about that too. But I think like when people heard safety is not real, they got really triggered, which is valid. And I wish I would have said that in the moment. Like, it's okay to be triggered, feel your feelings. Like, if people are upset, that's fine. But they really lashed out at me badly. And it was just kind of like, woo, bitch. Like, it was just funny as hell. Because I was like, y'all, I was like, if I was a bitch and a hoe, like, I would have just blocked everybody who's talking to me. Like, I was like, the group is almost 1,000 people. It's two people dragging me that I actually care about, and one white person who's using the conflict that these two brown people have with me as some moment to also keep on dragging, because she was the first one to drag me, and she was the first one to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. This is what was even crazier. After I said safety's not real, the white bitch gonna act like I'm trying to be intellectual. I'm like, sweetie, that's a fucking fact of our world. Like, are you okay? And then the bitch gonna fucking double down after somebody else got mad at me for noting that they were getting praised for literally rephrasing what I said. Like, it was very insane. Like, this trans masculine person just like started like renaming everything I said, like rephrasing it. Like, I don't want to say better than me, but they were rephrasing it in a way that people could understand in the group. And then at some fucking point, I made the remark, not the man said it better, a little emoji. Next thing I know, I'm getting beat the fuck down. Next thing I know, I called somebody a bitch and a hoe. It was silly as hell. Like, they were like, you're acting, you're holier than thou. I'm like, how? I was like, when did I ever posture above any of you? I just told you what my feelings were and my thoughts. I never said you had to think like me, but for some reason, many of you are in here telling me I have to think like you. Are you noticing that? Nobody wants to answer that question. Like, I'm asking mad questions, motherfuckers ignoring me just to tell me shit about myself. Meanwhile, and it was just awkward because, like, this one person was going extra hard against me, and it was funny as fuck because it's like, girl, what did I do to any of you? And I just kind of felt like the group sentiment, at least from my perspective, was like, this shit is a mess. Like, there were people randomly popping in being like, what happened? And then other people were like, she's on peyote, she's on drugs. I'm like, wow, y'all just make it seem like I'm a crackhead because I'm not saying what y'all want me to say. All right. No, it's definitely white refrigerator. Ooh, cool. I don't even want to ask. I don't even want to ask. Um, Nima, you're not wrong. No, Nima, you're good. You're good. You're good. No, again, I feel like the conflict in that group, in my honest opinion, is genuinely that I don't fuck with colonization, and I'm trying to decolonize actively, and that means like breaking out. Like that's what people don't want to talk about when we talk about colonization. Like, when you want to decolonize, like when you're actively trying to decolonize, it means, and this is just my own experience, I can't talk for nobody else, but for me, it means popping the fuck out when you feel scared to say a damn word. And there are definitely moments where I am scared as fuck to say anything because, bitch, retaliation. Motherfucking being a social outcast. Like, you say something and next thing you know, you can't go to this event no more. Like, that shit is real. That happens to all of us. Well, not all of us, but it happens to those of us who disrupt spaces. And honestly, I can't even lie. There's times where I've disrupted spaces and I was wrong as fuck. Like, there's times I disrupted spaces and I probably should have sat the fuck down. Like, probably should have talked to some more people and got some help, some support to do anything. But I was trying to take shit in matters in my own hand. So I just want to be candid that, like, I don't ever expect perfection when people are like breaking silence or just disrupting a space. Cause it just felt like I had disrupted the space by even saying, safety not real. But then people just decided that, I'm the bad thing that's happening. I'm the lack of safety or something. And it was kind of bizarre because it's like, damn, not on the lack of safety, seemingly, like that really hurt my feelings. To say that the world not safe and motherfuckers is like, and you mean yourself? And then they all decided to act quite ghoulish towards me. And again, I'm over here like trying to be kind still. And then at one point, I offered the masculine center person being kind of rude. I was like, we could be co-admin. And then after they call me mad names and call me dumb, call me so much mad mean names, they're like, if they're like I'm still down to be co-admin. They're like I'm down to be co-admin if you want to keep your word. I was like, oh fuck no. I was like, you don't like me and you're being unkind to me. Why would I was like, I'm autistic, bitch. I'm not dumb as fuck. Like, bitch, come on. Don't do that. Like, they're really taking my ability to like hold space for what they're saying and be regulated as me being a dumb bitch. And it's like, no, girl, when I offered for you to be a co-admin, that was before you revealed that you don't like me and you don't fuck with me. If that's the case, why would I work with you? That doesn't make sense. Why would I make my life harder, girl? Let's think about things we say. I was like, I'm not sure what you were thinking, Shay, but you have a good goddamn evening. Where do you draw the line? Honestly, it's hard. It's hard as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's a part of me that feels like bad slightly, but there's a part of me that's like, you know what? That's because I'm a fucking people pleaser. It's because I really like for shit to be smooth. I don't like the people to be mad at me. I like for everything to be cool. It's not gonna always be cool. Like, sometimes we're gonna have to be the villain, and that's okay. I have to just remember that, like, this is a part of the journey the unlearning the narcissistic abuse and attacks. Like there are times where you go on your own journey. There's times where you say something and you're on your own path and people try to attack you. Like they'll see you alone. They'll see you alone in your power and they'll be like, oh nah, I'm gonna beat this one up. For what? Standing alone? Like again, I'm saying like I've been codependent as fuck. I've been trying to fucking not die out here and try to survive within community, outside of community, in a codependent relationship. I've been in all types of arrangements to try to not die out here. But at this point, I'm just like, damn, bro, like how can I stand alone? Like, how can I remind people that it's okay to go your own way, especially when you're saying something that is connected to community? Like, I'm not saying that we're not safe to scare anybody. I'm saying it to us inspire an opportunity. Like, can you imagine? Like, what I said in the group was, it fucks me up to think that we really don't know how to love each other. And unless we bother to ask questions, we're kind of committed to not knowing at all. That's hard. It's hard to know that you've been in rooms and people didn't think one time to ask, like, how can I make you feel safer? That's terrifying to realize at this big age that there are so many relationships I have where people don't think about me deeply, even if I'm thinking of them. Even if I'm wondering and curious about how I can love them better, it may never come for me. I may never get that from them. And so, with that being said, I took a risk tonight saying something that strangers don't want to hear. But at the same time, I truly believe at some point somebody will remember something of this conversation and maybe it'll be a moment for them to remember that somebody tried to intervene, you know? Like that's all I can hope. Like I feel like there are moments where people have intervened on harm happening to me and just ways I was thinking that was harming me that I didn't even see. And so that's why where I try to live in my mind around harm reduction. It's like sometimes the person don't even realize you're trying to help them get out the middle of the street before they get hit by a car. And they're really seeing you as like someone being pushy when really that push is to, to believe in you, to believe that you can go beyond these thoughts that you got right now. And I'm not saying you gonna go beyond them just because I want you to. Fuck no. But there's so many moments where people be saying shit. You be like, all right, well, let's keep having this convo. Because maybe you're going to turn that corner in real time. Sometimes it don't happen. But it really just felt like the whole time we were all talking, I'm talking to them, they're insulting me. And it's like, well, right then and there, like you're letting me know that you don't have any respect for me. What do we really expect out of this communication? Like, if you really don't respect me or care about what I'm talking about, what's the point of doing this anymore? Like, I literally told them, I was like, I'm gonna go do some drugs, y'all. I was like, y'all take care of yourselves. I was like, anybody that wants to start a new group, you have my blessing. I will uplift your group. I'll share your link, whatever the fuck. But I was like, if you don't like me, like, you're free to go. Like, I was like, it's unfortunate, but y'all free. Don't nobody want to go now. Don't nobody want to go now. This ugly ass white bitch. I was like, listen. I was like, I would really appreciate it if you left. I told her because she was disrespectful towards me. I was like, I really appreciate it if you left. I was like, I really don't have the space to be dealing with white people being disrespectful. Why the bitch gonna say you gonna have to ban me? I'm like, girl, ain't nobody about to ban you. If you choose to be here, just don't talk to me. Leave me the fuck alone. I was like, I just wanted to let it be clear. I told you until you apologize to me, I don't want to speak to you. And now you're doubling down. Like when the biracial trans person tried to come for me, they literally tried to be on some. Oh yeah, well I'm on their team. It's like, girl, that's fine, but I still don't know why you're talking to me. I done told you was disrespectful, and you did not fucking apologize. So there's no need to speak to me anymore. You don't have privilege to talk to me no more. She was like, oh. She's like, oh, I thought you was gonna ignore me. I'm like, don't nobody want to ignore you. I wanted to be valued by you as a person that was worthy of speaking to kindly, but I'm not delusional. It takes a certain type of person to not take the opportunity to apologize over and over. You've had the opportunity to shift in this combo. Nobody kicked you out. Nobody threatened you. I just told you to leave me the fuck alone. And for some reason, it wasn't enough. Like, even me saying, like, I actually don't want to hear from you anymore because you've been disrespectful, I still didn't get a choice to get away from you. Even though I could kick you out the group. I don't want to alienate you from the rest of the group. I feel like how you feel about me don't really matter in the context of the group. I don't feel like I'm a king. I feel like I'm a person that's a valued community member. If you can't treat me like it, that's fine. Don't talk to me though. Don't say shit to me. Something happened in a group, don't bother me. Cause remember, you didn't want to apologize. So you're not gonna get to just have access to me. It's not gonna work. And I feel like that's the thing. Like, bitch, who this Aries moon not playing, bitch? It's really not playing, babe. This Aries moon is not fucking playing. AV 2003, you're not wrong. Like respect is just so basic. It's like if you don't respect somebody, then you really probably should get away from them. Like if you don't like them, you don't have you don't really have no empathy for them, you probably should get the fuck away from them. But yet, we live in a world where people be up in your face disrespecting you over and over again. Like you're supposed to take that shit. Very weird. So I feel like I'm not sure what I'm about to do. I think that like I'm about to let the group like simmer, but I've decided to come up with some group rules because I do think that that might be a step in the right direction. Like letting people know that there's no name calling. Like we're not going to be calling people names if we don't agree with them. We're going to find a way to respectfully disagree, or we're just going to leave the convo and do our own thing. We don't need to be rude to people just because we don't like what they're saying. It's okay. As long as they're not being disrespectful to us, we can actually just keep on going. But yeah, there has to be a whole new way of dealing with this group because, bitch, I'm burned the fuck out talking to these folk. Like, I was typing fast as fuck trying to get through to them. I'm crying. Hey, Marie. Uh, it's a group called like Pharmacopoeia. It's a group on this app called LEX. If you're a queer person or a trans person or just gay as hell, there's an app called Lex and it's pretty good. I like it for the most part. But I'm an admin of like a couple groups on there. And like I was honestly very upset today. Like I was just frustrated cuz something really fucking devastating happened to me and I had to like cut a white person off and I was really upset about that, especially cuz I've been trusting them for so long, and then I just had a moment where I was like, I'm dumb as fuck for trusting that white person at all. Like at what point do I have to hold that I really can't trust white people and I need to never attempt that again? Like if the white person says something, I need to just remember like this isn't true. Like it could really not be true. And even though I don't want to live like that, like I can't. I can't, and I just got upset because it's like, it's like, well, let a white person play you, then you look even dumber. You look even dumber. That's the worst part about it. Like, let a white person do some harm to you, then it's like, well, why were you trusting that white person? And it's like, okay, so whatever happens to me happens to me, so I should probably stay away from y'all. And so with that being said, I was very upset today, and I was just dragging. Why this person gonna pop up in my fucking in my comments talking about some you're black? I'm like, girl, you don't have to be black to acknowledge anti-blackness. I don't know why the fuck you're popping up on me to tell me that I'm mixed when I'm talking about anti-blackness. Like I don't know what the point of that was. Like it was very fucking bizarre. And this is a person that got a picture of a motherfucking a fucking biscuit as their picture. I'm like, girl, are you black? Like that's where I'm at because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I said that got you asking me if I'm trying to flip flop on being mixed. Like I'm literally over here naming that white supremacy is literally killing and eating up all of us, and we're getting ate the fuck up. And anti-blackness hard as fuck on people's neck. I never once was trying to say I am a black person. I was saying like anti-blackness really does indicate that like for there to be white supremacy, there it has to be propped up by death. By black death and black suffering. There can be no better treatment unless there's worse treatment. Like I was really just sitting with like the reality that like white people will always be disrespectful towards me. No matter what the fuck I may think in the moment, there will come a moment where they'll just choose their whiteness. And it happens a lot. And every time it happens, I'm always devastated because I'm like, damn, we've been rocking for so long. I didn't see you as a colonizer. And I have to remember, just like someone deep dark skin would be a fool to not see me as a colorist, even no matter what the fuck I do. Like hold space for a bitch to switch up, always. And I don't say that because I want to switch up. I say that because I don't want anyone to ever think that we're done unlearning. There's no unlearning. There's no unlearned, if that makes sense. There's only unlearning. So that's why I'm trying to offer that. Like white people are always gonna be our ops. Like that's just the truth. And it's a matter of motherfucking when, bitch, not if. And that's what sucks about it, is that whiteness be shape shifting, bitch. Sonia Sanchez said it. The cracker is not to be played with, bitch. The master is masterful, bitch. Like, my God. Not even white people. It was honestly the saddest part. It was mostly mixed people. I feel like that's why I'm also mad, because they was in there showing their ass, and invoking. That's what also blew me. It was like the motherfuckers that's mixed as fuck talking about they're black and they know that no one black anti-blackness is happening here, and I'm like, I wouldn't call you credible, sis. Like, I mean, no shade, but sis was giving Creole. The sis was giving Louisiana Creole bad, and I'm like, girly, I'm not going to fuck with this. I'm not even gonna play with you. You, Celestine, Celestine, I'm not playing with you. Like, that's the thing. They was really in the group trying to accuse me of shapeshifting for acknowledging anti-blackness was unfolding in the group. Colonized behavior unfolding in the group. They, for some reason, instead want to talk about how I'm a dumb bitch. Instead, they want to talk about how they're black. Meanwhile, one of them biracial, talking about they black. Baby, baby, name it, saying they biracial and saying they black at the same time. So that's why I was like, my people. I was like, I really hope that y'all, here's some links, and motherfuckers gonna tell me I'm holier than thou. How am I holier than thou if I'm sharing who's sharing with me? Holier than thou would be me trying to talk to you about colorism and our behavior. That would be some posturing ass weird shit. I'm over here just trying to bring you the good news. Like, it's information out here, and I'm glad that you're getting it. It ain't my information. I don't own no information about colorism or how us mixed people are being wayward. So it was just even more bizarre. Like, they was getting mad because I gave them some information, so they could not be so stanky. So it was just like, oh damn, like y'all really like committed to fighting me and hating my guts. Okay, that shit was bizarre as hell. And then there was a white bitch talking about some, hey, can y'all do this in DM? Okay, okay. Okay, white bitch. You gonna chime in just to say we gotta shut the fuck up? No. Again, at this point, I have no choice but to be admin because I can tell. Let me leave, and then motherfuckers getting ate up, motherfuckers getting dragged, motherfuckers getting blocked. I just don't have it. I just don't have it. I don't want that to happen in that space. There's over 900 people in there, and we talk about drugs every now and then. And so I don't know, bitch. There's a tiny part of me that feels like I want to do a mushroom trip just to kind of like just reset my whole body. But there's a part of me that don't want to do nothing. I just want to go to sleep. But I don't know, babe. I don't know. I'm sad. I really hate when you get into a conflict and motherfuckers don't want to resolve it. Like, they really cool with just y'all both being feeling a fucked up way. Like, I really hate that shit. Like, my body hurts, honestly, from having that conflict. What up, James? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think just in the end of everything, my plan for that group is to come up with some new rules so motherfuckers understand, like, if you don't like somebody in the group, that's just fine. That is okay. Let's not ever be name calling. If you name call in the group and you have no desire to apologize to that person, you might as well leave. Because if we don't see an apology within and shit, I don't even know what thing. Because it's like if you say something really harsh to somebody, it's like, girly, I don't know. It just feels like we gotta. It feels that might be too much. I guess I would be like, if there's conflict within the group, please reach out if you need help solving it. With a third party. But if you're not keeping it respectful, we're going to ask that y'all remove yourselves. Like, we're not going to kick you out, but we're going to ask that you decide to leave on your own if you don't want to be respectful to people in the group. Um, No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I feel like, babes, I feel like as soon as I move into this new apartment, like, there's a tiny part of me that feels like I'm just chilling here until I get that writ of possession. Because from what I read, they're going to be serving me more papers on Friday. And so between me and you, bitch, I'm trying to take myself on a little, just get my fucking back, just massage, my feet massage, something. Yes, we got the apartment. We were both approved for the lease, which is exciting. I found out that this is Dane's first apartment, which is terrifying, but exciting. But I'm excited, honestly. Like, we've been just dreaming about it, and I'm really hyped. We're both gonna have our own bedroom, and it just feels really exciting to like be with someone that's comfortable with that kind of arrangement. Like, I know some people really want to sleep with their partner every night, and don't get me wrong, I like to sleep with my partner every night too. But there might be times where people are sick or where people want to have a sleepover with their friends or something like that. Like, there's just a part of me that feels like I want to be able to have a friend sleep over and like not have to worry if like they're uncomfortable or not, because they'll be able to have their own space in my space. And I have a friend that low key they self identify as a hermit, and I just want my friend to be able to come to my house and like not have to worry about nothing, you know, like just not have to worry about being at my house too long or not having a car, being broke, cause it's like that's fine. You don't gotta have money at my house, bitch. Like you just gotta be at my house, and you could benefit from everything here. Mm. And see, that's the thing. My brother used to beat people up. Like that's the thing. My little brother, the white passing one, he had behavioral issues in school. He would just beat people. He would just beat people up. And there was a lot of things going on. I'm not going to tell too much of my little baby brother business, but there's a lot of stuff going on in our household. A lot of beatings happening, and he was getting them a lot. And I was noticing his anger becoming more and more violent. And it wasn't until, he was beating people with razor scooters and fucking inline skates. Like, he was very much doing a lot. And even to this day, he's the brother who I don't know where he at. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Like, he's younger than me by like 7 years, and I just never knew where he was at, and I still don't. And it's unfortunate because there's times where I want to reach out to him and ask him stuff, but then there's times where I'm just like, it's better to stay away at this point, just because I don't want him to think that I'm trying to get, like, I just feel like I don't want him to think that I'm just trying to get information about him. I just genuinely want to know about his life. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at. But we both got Aquarius mamas, so well, our Aquarius mama gonna have us with our spidey senses tingling. And I know he not gonna trust that I'm just asking questions, which is fine. No, he was beating people. He was beating people, and as I said, he's white passing, and so he got away with it. Like my brother, my middle brother Jovan, he definitely was not getting away with it. Like he was getting beat bad, and it sucks because I feel like both of the boys was beat in a way that just felt like people were teaching them how to beat other people at some point. Like in retrospect, like my mom would beat me and my ass would just fall dramatically to the floor, bitch. Like I wasn't the one getting beat. Like my brothers would try to fight back when they was getting beat. Baby, no, I'm laying down, I'm screaming, I'm appealing to your emotions. Like I'm being like, Ma, no, like you know what I mean. I'm pleading while I'm getting beat. They're over here trying to catch the belt. Like they over here doing a lot. Like they catching belts. They over here like my mom like bitch. Oh my god. And I remember there was one time we had put on like 16 pairs of clothes, bitch. We had like 7 shirts on, 8 pairs of pants. My brother had a pillow in his butt, bitch. I will never forget this day. My brother had on a pair of sweatpants with a pillow in the butt. And I remember, all I can remember is he went into my mom room, and she goes, "Now take them clothes off, cause I ain't beating no clothes." And I was screaming. I couldn't breathe. My heart fucking sank because I'm like, nah, he gotta take off 3,000 layers of clothes in this bitch room. Yo! And when he took the pillow out his butt, she laughed and then got mad that he made her laugh. I'm like, we getting beat extra bad for making her laugh in the middle of the beating ceremonies. Like, oh my God. Like, my mom was struggling to keep it together because she was like, not these motherfuckers had on. Bitch, we had on school clothes, church clothes, play clothes, a shawl. Like, bitch. Exactly. No, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like when you get beat, you get harmed as a child. Like you be really justifying that for the rest of your life. Like that is it really do fuck you up. Like it's really sad, but it really does make you think. Like yeah, that's just what happens to people when they do things that I don't like. Like that's what it comes down to. So the people that be fighting, y'all just be beating people up, baby. Y'all learn that somewhere. I don't want to bring up nothing triggering or traumatic, but people don't just be beating people up for no reason. Like they usually got beat up first. You said mad underwear too, bitch. I'm crying. No, it's traumatic. It was very traumatic. Not assault by scooter. I'm dead. Yeah, no, my brother really was the type, and he's a cancer. So I think like the thing about cancers is you really never know. Like my little brother used to just clock my middle brother sometimes, and then out of nowhere he would be like, he beat me up last week and I'm getting him back, and I'll be like, all right, because I'll be like, Tyler, why you hit him with a rock? Like I would just be really bewildered, and I'd be like I swear to God, like as the Capricorn sibling, I would just be catching my little Cancer brother just beating people up. I'm like, what did they do to you? He'd be like, last week they said something about our mom. I was like, oh, so you was just plotting for like mad days? He's like, I didn't see him close enough before. I saw him on the bus I was getting off. I was like, okay. So my little Cancerian brother, he would just be getting people back out of nowhere. Like he would just be remembering some shit had happened to him and just beat somebody up. I'd be like, whoa, like my goodness. All the hands in the family went to the baby, honestly. Cause I don't be fighting bitch. I'll just sit on the bitch. Real talk. Like once I found out that was a viable move, I just decided to do it. I'll roll on your ass. I'll break every fucking bone. Fuck you, hoe. Like I'm not fighting you, bitch. No, because I want the judge to be confused. I want them to figure out why the fuck you look like a pizza, bitch. Like, I really, no. I'm not going to do nothing. I'm not putting no bruise on you, bitch. Fuck that. I'm dislocating all types of shit in your back. I'm not doing nothing hand to hand. No, I'm not going to do that. Uh, a Sag. One Sag at a time. One Sag at a time. Um, Libras, love hate though. Love hate. Like they fun. And they'll do crimes with you and shit. But then they'll be acting silly every now and then. Listen, at the end of the day, like I'm not going to just I ain't never did this too much. This a move that it's muscle memory. Like whenever I see people fighting, like bitch, sometimes I be seeing dudes fight. That should be blowing me. Like you ever see two dudes fighting and it's just a bunch of this? I'm like, yo, imagine trusting this go like just I again I can't trust it. That's why I gotta just quick attack and lay down and roll a bunch. Cause I don't have it in me to fight you. I really don't. I've never learned those moves. I don't like I tried karate one time as a kid and it wasn't convincing, bitch. I didn't look like I belonged there at all, bitch. I was hella tired most of the time. I didn't like it. I slept good, but I didn't like it. And so with that being said, yeah, I'm gonna go with my strength, bitch. I'm going to barrel roll, bitch. I'm going to go like I'm moving like a whale. I'm following the whale ancestor. I'm not following the fighter ancestor. I'm not doing that. I'm going to follow the bitches underwater because real talk, it seems like when they be moving, bitches move out the way. So that's what I've decided. I'm not going to attack you like a regular bitch. Fuck that. It's not worth it. Cause I'll get beat up. Like let somebody really know how to fight me. They're getting me every time, bitch. They're getting me every time. So I gotta think like Hagrid. What would Hagrid do? You know what I mean? What would that big bitch, you know what I mean, from Durmstrang do? You know what I mean? What would the big bitches do? That's what I'm saying, bitch. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, body card never declines in fighting. Like, let me just clock that right now. Like, I have laid on a bitch. I have tested this theory. I have rolled on a bitch before. I've done it. And I'm gonna be real with you. I was surprised. The bitch had a bloody mouth after. I was like, whoa. I didn't even know my back fat hit you in the face like that. Like, that's crazy. Like, I didn't even know my back fat could do that to a bitch. That had me looking at myself very differently. I was like, oh, my whole body is the weapon. So, like, I ain't never seen nobody mouth that bloody, and all I did was just roll on the back of you like that. Like, that's a lot. Yeah, I popped that bitch. Not you too little to be sitting on somebody. Not you hit bitches in the head with a lamp. Bitch, I'm crying. You know what? You need to be on the team. Cause I need a bitch that's good with weapons. Cause I'm not a weapons girl. Like I really feel like someone will snatch my weapon and get me with it. That's why I just use what I got. That's why you can't take this off me, bitch. The belly don't come off. I'ma just drop it on the bitch. She would sit down and kick. Bitch, why did I just think of I'm washing me and my clothes? I'm washing me and my clothes. Like, why did I just think of that shit? I'm screaming. Would she be drunk doing this on the floor? Or would she be for real sober? No, not she fought like a crab. Bitch, you know what? If I wasn't already evicted, they would put me out tonight. Cause the way I'm screaming, y'all. Not a Street Fighter, Marie. Not 4'9". Bitch, honestly, if I was 4'9", it's the way I'll be going between bitches' legs, biting ankles, bitch. Fuck out of here. I'm telling you, bitch. Like, I'm over 6. I'm over motherfucking 6 foot at this point, sweetie. I can't go too low. So I gotta drop. You feel me? I gotta drop. I'm not gonna get another chance, bitch. Especially if she littler than me. Cause if she alley oop, like if she, if she hit me with the shake and bake, oh, I'm done. Oh, I'm baked. You know what I mean? If she hit me with the shake and bake, I'm getting toasted. So I gotta make sure I drop on the bitch first, like a house. You feel me, bitch? On some motherfucking Dorothy, Wizard of Oz. You gotta crack the bitch like a house. Feet just rolled up. That's what you gotta do. No, one of my cherries like fell. I would trust my crab move too. Like, listen, if you got leg strength, I'm not a leg strength girl. If I'm on the floor and I'm kicking, I'm terrified. Just know that. If you ever see any footage of my ass on the floor kicking somebody, oh, sweetie, I'm doing every breakdance move I can remember, bitch. Like, I'm doing every worm. I'm doing every snake. I'm doing every electric eel that I can on that floor, bitch. I'm twisting and turning. I'm crying. I'm crying too, bitch. Not Jordan saying you're hungry, baby. Are you gonna eat? What's that? What's on the menu tonight? Not that's what crazier is it be working. I'm so glad I got some weed for this convo. I'm so fucking grateful, bitch. My God. My motherfucking God. Y'all are funny as fuck. Just thank y'all. Just thank y'all. Y'all don't owe me nothing. Y'all don't owe me nothing. What are y'all gonna be for Halloween? Do y'all know yet? I got invited to so many parties, bitch. I feel kind of like, but watch me not go to fucking none of them, bitch, because my ass gotta work. Like, the way they be playing with me on the schedule, every week is something else. I swear. Every week they be like, you know what? I don't got no normal schedule, bitch. They put me on whatever they put me on. Your sister windmills like she played the cymbals. Bitch, I am crying. I'm crying. I'm a potato. How would you, like, wait, how you gonna get yourself looking like a potato? And what kind of potato, bitch? Are you trying to be a red potato or a russet? Or one of them yellow potatoes? Let me know. Because I'm trying to be big mistake. I'm trying to be a steak that's a beautiful steak lady. But I don't know how realistic it's about to work out, bitch. I'm kind of sad about it. Because I feel like I just... I wish the costume already existed. I low-key want to, like, ask somebody to help me make it. Just as, like, a cute thing. Like, low-key, I want to make, like, a little ask on fucking, on Lex and be like, who wants to make costumes together? And then there's also a part of me that wants to go real method with it and just put cooked steak all over me and pearls. I know that sounds crazy. I know. I'm okay with that. I'm just fine with that. But yeah, no. I definitely want to I just want to have a good time. Damn, bitch, I almost got a hibachi bowl tonight, and I'm sad I didn't get that because that hamburger didn't really fill me, bitch. Tragic. Tragic. Ooh, but I got tuna fish, bitch. About to make that tuna sub. I forgot. Ooh, and bitch, I took a risk last night and made some sort of Italian dish. Here's where I fucked up. I made a roux out of bacon grease, and if you don't know what a roux is, it's a way to thicken your soup usually. You could also use it to make. I feel like this is the way you actually make Parmesan or Alfredo sauce. But basically, you use some kind of fat. You can use butter, but I use bacon fat. And so once I had the bacon fat rendered, I just put a bunch of flour in it, and then the flour started to lock up, and then I started to add some heavy cream, and then I added a little bit of the pasta water, but I had added way too much fucking flour, bitch. So I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the texture of this shit gonna be when I like reheat it, but when it was still hot, it was so thick and creamy. And the way that the fucking pesto, I put pesto in there too at some point. It's just the way everything married together. It seemed and I didn't use gnocchi, but the way that the shells puffed, it just tasted like a gnocchi soup or something. Like it had like a gnocchi soup vibe, but it was just shells and like this like super thick like white like Alfredo cream. But I also added some smoked Gouda and Parmesan, and it was really beautiful. But in the day, it was hard as fuck. Like it's thick as fuck. And so there's a part of me that's like, damn, I might need to make like a maybe like a vegetable broth or something really quickly because I have like some herbs and veggies in my freezer. I might just make like a veggie stock and then like put the rest of it in there. I don't know. It tasted really yummy. Like I was very fucking surprised. But I think in the end, I think I really wish that I would have just made lasagna. I'm gonna be real with you, bitch. I'm gonna be real with you. I wish I would have just made lasagna. Cause in the end, it was just a very strange thing that I made. Cause like when you're moving out of your house and you're trying not to buy too many groceries, and then you start getting creative, bitch. I was just doing way too fucking much. Like I was doing 1,000 too much, but we're here now. We're here now, bitch. But yeah, no, I could see me making like a fucking BLT with tuna fish. Maybe not though. I should probably fucking go to sleep. But I don't want to. Like I hate that I work at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I really hate that. And they said that I could leave early if it's quiet. And I'm probably going to, bitch. I'm probably going to leave at 5 p.m. Because, my God. It depends, though. It really depends. I think I'm working with, like, this person. There's a stud that I work with. And they're cool. But they be trying to cheat on their wife with somebody that I know. And low key, they're in Aquarius, and so I noticed them doing some very strange behavior. Like, why I saw them lurking on their wife, like they got a ring camera in their house, and they be watching their wife play with their dog, and I was like, not you be cheating on your wife, but you be watching her at the house. That shit blew me. Like I was like, bro, I like why don't you just be a full deadbeat hoe? Like not you over here doing cute things, like watching this bitch play with the dog, and talking to her on the phone during the shift, but you also trying to be a hoe. And I thought. Ooh, you know what? I don't got no more fucking milk, and I feel like that would be the key. So I think, but at the same time, there's so much fucking flour in that shit. I feel like the only thing I could do is make like a super thick veggie stock and just let it go, cause I don't think there's any other way to save it. And honestly, I don't know if I want to eat that heavy ass shit tonight. I might just bring that shit for lunch. For real, just because like by the time I come to work, bitch, when I come to work, everybody's taking lunch on my at when I come in. So as soon as I come to work, they put me to work for real. So I gotta smoke this Calabasas cookies before I go to work so that I can be focused. Cause I'm not focused right now. Hey babies, hope you're well. Not stay and get the money, bitch. I'd rather leave and get some peace. I'm crying. You right, you right. I just feel like I don't know, like I think I told you I was getting dragged badly at work, and my work bestie told me about it, and I'm kind of shook about it, about my evaluation tomorrow because I know they're gonna do it. Speaking of, I should do laundry so I could be extra prepared for tomorrow. But yeah, no, bitch. Like, I'm telling you, like, woo! I know some good stuff is coming. I know it is. But in the meantime, in between time, bitch, what the fuck? I be getting headaches every now and then, but I think it's more related to me like not drinking water enough. Like I'm really kind of bad at it. Like just now, I just drank a bunch of motherfucking juice, and I probably need some water badly, but we're gonna see. Ooh, but I just remembered I got lemons. Ooh, bitch. Damn, there's one more thing I was gonna tell y'all, but I'm probably blanking. Hum. Yeah, no. I think I was maybe about to tell y'all a lie, cause I don't even remember what the fuck I was about to say. Oh shit. Um, for some reason, bitch, why did I watch Nicki Minaj and Armand Wiggins having a conversation? And this bitch named Kino, who's a witch, seemingly. I don't know if anybody's keeping up with Nicki Minaj. I haven't been, but her talking to Armand Wiggins was the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. She really was going the fuck off. I just pray Papa Bear safe. That's all I'll say, bitch. Cause like it was giving, woo. It was giving. I just want to have fun with my friends online, which is fine. But it was just very bizarre. Like it just seemed very much like just the pettiest high school drama I've ever heard. Not stallions lately. I'm crying. No, I've been a fucking bum. I've been whack about going on dates. I'm trying to get back into it, but everybody out here is just not as good as my baby. You know what I mean? Like it's just like damn. Like it's like I have no choice but to be monogamous because it's like it's dust out here. You feel me? Like you ever just find somebody who makes sense and it's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with dust no more. It don't make no sense. I just feel like it's a lot of dusty ass motherfuckers out here and it's tragic. Like it's very tragic, but a lot of people is offering not that much. So I'm trying to just remember like I don't deserve that. Nobody who cares about me will ever offer me dust. But if I'm also being super candid, I feel like I don't know. Like I just feel like I want to get tricked on by a bunch of like white dudes who are poly. Like I really feel like that's like really my vibe right now. Is like I really just want to like cause a little commotion, a little tension, in a white poly man's marriage, and stick around long enough to get put in the will. You know what I mean? Like that's really my goal right now. Like I'm really channeling. Like I really in my heart of hearts, bitch. I was gonna say in my minds of minds, bitch, in my heart of hearts, bitch, in all of the hearts of my heart. I really been just thinking about an old man, just leaving me a house or something. Like I really just been trying to channel it, or an old woman. Cause let me not play, bitch. There's an older woman who's currently like trying to be my mother, and I'm like, my mama didn't leave me nothing, but maybe this one will, bitch. Dating man feels low vibrational. Ooh, truly, truly. I feel like that's the thing about it though. Like I feel like I don't know. It's like I don't feel like I can only date cis men, but I feel like I stay dating them because it just be. I don't know. I can't really say all of them either, but I feel like with Dane, I just get a vibe like we're good friends. We have fun together, and that is what's the most important thing to me is having a friendship that can also hold that we like to touch each other's butts and that we want to tell each other deep dark secrets and also do a few things that would not be technically legal in the state of Michigan, but just having a good time. Just having a good time. And that's what I like the most about our connection is that we just do a lot of fucking silly ass, goofy ass things, and he loves me more than I love him. And that is important as fuck. Like I'll just say that on that. Like I feel like he don't want to leave me, bitch. But I have wanted to leave him, and that's why I want to be in a relationship. And again, y'all can feel how y'all want to feel about that, but these cis men that don't care for you more, I've experienced it before, and I just didn't care for it. Like, I'm not saying I care for him less intentionally. I'm just saying that, my mom is a op. So I'm kind of used to having ops, that you couldn't believe. So just because somebody loved me today don't mean they won't do some crazy shit to me tomorrow, bitch. And because I'm damaged like Danity Kane, it's gonna probably always be that way. And that's fine. I feel like I've loved people more before. I don't want to do that again. Yeah, queer men do be on some bullshit. Some families be on some bullshit. I feel like a lot of people be on some bullshit. It's really tragic, but I also feel like it's fun to be out here and have a good time. Like I feel like that's the thing about it. Is like I don't. I feel like I'm past thinking that, people are yikes, daddy world. I just want to punch in real quick and just say that people who have AIDS and HIV are people just like me and you. They're people that might have fucked up and fucked raw one time, and there they go. They might have not fucked up and wore a condom, and it might have broke, and they still were someone who became HIV positive. I just want to hold space for the fact that there can be a lot of reasons why or how people get AIDS, or rather contract AIDS, and become HIV positive. But one thing's for sure is we don't need to shame them or act as if they're some different type of people. It's not just queer and bisexual people being affected by HIV or AIDS. It's everybody. There are a lot of people being affected, and I just want us to hold that we can't look at someone and know that they have HIV or AIDS. We can't know these things unless they reveal them to us. So let's just hold space for the fact that someone being bisexual or queer, it does not mean that they have AIDS or any kind of um, STI. Like if we could really hold that, I would love that. I would really love that because it's disgusting, really, to make it seem like queer men are the ones who are spreading AIDS or who have AIDS, um, in particular. It's really unfortunate. Mm. And again, like it's not on anybody to be, um, you know, how do I say this? I just feel like we need to just get into a habit of, loving each other in a way that's honest. Like, I just wish we'd be honest with each other about our limited understanding, because that person who was talking, they probably don't know a lot of queer people or bisexual men. Probably don't. It's unfortunate. But with that being said, I think it's important for us to speak up when we know people are spreading misinformation, and so that's why I hid that person. I'm really trying not to hide people for having dissenting thoughts, but when people's thoughts are actually in line with white supremacy, are in line with telling us who somebody is because of their identity, I just think that that's a moment to really remove that person. Mm. I mean, I think there's just so many things happening right now where there's just so many eras, so many groups of people. Um, it's really important for us to just remember that we all don't know shit. We're all trying to find out together. And how lovely, right? What opportunity we're all getting. I hope that we take it seriously because we all deserve to be loved properly and with empathy and respect and have support. I really hope that those things can be happening, but at the same time, I know that we do not live in a world that is safe. So we must communicate so we can be safer together. And I feel complete with what was said. Before I for real dip, I do want to say that the other night when we watched Justin Jay's read of Nicki Minaj, baby, that shit had me crying laughing after the fact. Y'all are funny as fuck. But also, Justin Jay just did a read of Sweetie. And I felt a little hit by it too, honestly. I feel like before I go, I'm gonna just have this little moment with y'all about colorism and Saweetie and the critique. But basically, Justin Jay was talking about Saweetie because somebody had made a tweet saying that Saweetie wakes up every morning and thanks a God for colorism. And Saweetie responded and was saying that the joke was in bad taste and just was trying to, from my perspective, and I have a limited one, It seemed like she wanted to engage colorism in good faith, but she did not have the range. Which why would she? She is a light skinned person. Like we don't know anything about colorism, so it's important that we just stay listening until we until we really feel like we can say something to perhaps someone white, perhaps someone who's also mixed. You know what I mean? Until there's an opportunity in group or with the other oppressors, like that's maybe where we should be speaking. But it felt like she wanted to on this day just pop out. See, you know what, Edna? I appreciate you for speaking because I feel like I was in the comment section trying to talk to other mixed folk and light skinned folk about this. Because again, I wanted to just hold in real time that I was in the comment section. I was a light skinned person saying things. I could be wrong as fuck. Like if I'm wrong, please feel free to check the fuck out of me. Um, I don't ever want anyone to think that I think I know about colorism or I understand colorism. I do not. It is not an understandable system. Like the system doesn't make sense ever. And so I just want to hold that while I am listening and unlearning, I will never be unlearned. I will never have listened, if that makes sense. I have to remain steady in, steady present because I really don't know anything about colorism. So please hold that in this moment, all I'm doing is sharing my perspective as a colorist who is attempting to recover, or who is recovering rather. And so what I'm gonna say is that Saweetie seeing that tweet and engaging it was her first mistake. I mean this with no shade, but I understand that Saweetie was trying to, let it be known that she's not one of those colorists, but she is. And I think it's an important time to remember that even though you could have a white lady in your life, a white man in your life that loves you down, is cool as fuck, baby, that's still somebody oppressor. Maybe not yours today. Maybe y'all built and cultivated safety enough to be in community today. Maybe you have. To expect everybody around you to trust that white person would be ridiculous. Don't you agree? Just because you got a good feeling about the oppressor do not mean your feelings matter in the moment. And I want us to remember that Justin Jay is not a light-skinned person. They're a lighter skinned black person if we're looking at deep dark skinned people as deep dark skinned people. If we're looking at blackness as not this rainbow, then we can see that Justin Jay is not on the deepest end. But at the same time, he is aware that people like Saweetie are benefiting from colorism. And us retweeting a tweet trying to make it seem like, oh, that's not us. There's no point in that. And I'm saying that from my own unlearning. Like there was a moment, several moments, where I wanted people to know, like, I'm not a colorist. No, I've been listening to you guys. No, I've been trying to pay attention. Like there were really moments where I was really like wanting so bad for like deep dark skinned people to see me as an ally, accomplice, like wanted to just see me that I didn't want to be the bad one. And I'm saying this to acknowledge that like when privileged people start to gather information, because I'm gonna be super candid, in the beginning I wasn't unlearning. I was just gathering information. And that is dangerous. Like a lot of us light skinned people are gathering information, we're not unlearning. And I'm breaking silence because I don't want us to keep doing that. I don't want that for us. But more importantly, I don't want deep dark skinned people to be around a bunch of people gesturing for approval and validation, because that's what we're doing. And again, that is why Saweetie got called out. Not because people don't think Saweetie, uh, not because Saweetie is the Antichrist. She's the worst light skin that's ever light skinned. It's not that. Saweetie is a very public example of colorism at work. And any attempt that she may want to make to engage is a reminder. Is a reminder. And again, I'm hoping that folks can see what's happening. I'm hoping that folks can see that we can be well meaning and still be wrong. We can be wanting to be unlearning and still be causing harm. We can show up in black spaces and cause harm. And it doesn't matter if you individually don't see it. And that's the thing about uh, being a privileged person that I have to hold. That there are moments where there are deep, dark skinned people who say things to me that make me feel like I really am doing a great job out here. I'm really doing my thing. But there's going to be so many more moments where deep dark skinned people don't feel safe around me, where deep dark skinned people don't know who the fuck I am. Not saying that they should, just saying that don't know a thing about me, don't have any idea who I am, and still may be leery of me. And that's for the best. It's for the best. And I don't say that because I want deep dark skinned people not to trust me. Of course not. But it's in their best interest to not trust me, to not automatically think I'm cool or automatically look to my black father as an indicator of how I'm going to be towards them. It's really important to acknowledge that us mixed people, we can be complicit in harm. And unfortunately, there's no way to know when. And so sometimes I think people really go out their way for us because they've never seen us be fucked up. They've never seen us tap into anti-blackness. That don't matter. It don't matter. That's the thing about systemic harm. That's the thing about systemic harm. Like, think about it. Think about a man that you know that you would think is a good man. Would you really expect every femme person to think that just like you? Just take a moment to ask yourself if you know that you're disenfranchised and there are folks who are eating off your community, stealing aesthetics, stealing culture, stealing opportunities. If there's Appiana ass shit happening outside of community, masquerading as if within it, it's just kind of bizarre. It's kind of bizarre, real talk. But again, I love y'all so much, and I appreciate y'all. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep on reading. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and read. Um, cause I didn't read everybody's thoughts as I was talking. But I'm not trying to be dismissive of anybody when I wasn't reading what people were saying. I was just trying to finish my point because y'all know I can be long winded. I'm actually gonna make some tea because I feel like I want to read y'all thoughts and just carry on with this convo. But I want to be candid that as a lighter skinned person, I don't know shit about colorism. I am listening to deep dark skinned folk. I'm sharing what I'm hearing. I'm hoping that it's hitting, but at the same time, I don't really expect too much, because again, I'm aware that I have no awareness. That I'm very aware that I don't know shit. And so if I make a mistake, my first thought is to say I'm sorry. My first thought is to say, you know what? Let me take a moment, let me take a beat and try to regroup. That's my first thought. My first thought not to antagonize. And I feel like that's another layer to this. Is like when people don't understand shit, how we talk to each other can really give away what your intention is. Like if you make a mistake and you are so quick to be angry and fight people for correcting you, well, talking to you might not be something people do again. And so there are definitely moments where I think about people like Amanda Seals, where I think about how, some light skinned people are causing harm. Many. And how, unfortunately, we got good PR. I saw so many people in the comments defending Saweetie like she was about to call them and send them a care package. And I was very perturbed, but at the same time, I have to hold that when people think that mixed people are cool or have seen us be cool, seen us say something cool, we get to be cool for a long time, even if we're not really that cool. So I'm just gonna hold space for that. I'm gonna hold space for times I was being whacked as fuck and people still saw it for me. And how there's moments where, as I said, when Justin J was making his video, it was really hitting me because I was like, yeah, I feel like that in ways. Like, not all the time, not completely, but there's definitely times, like, in the beginning of my YouTube career when, like, I wasn't really offering that much. I'm not trying to take away from myself. I'm just trying to say that, like, there's a lot of boring content. And don't get me wrong, there were definitely times where, like, you could laugh, but I just think about how, even now, like, I'm trying my best to just be as mindful as I can about what's really being offered here. But at the same time, there will be people who like give me so much praise, and it's like I'm regurgitating some stuff. Some of this stuff ain't my own thoughts. I listen to so many people. Like, I think that's why I just randomly start telling y'all about people, randomly start just shouting out people, because it's like there's so much information that I'm holding on to that's not mine. And so I'm trying to also be mindful that there are times where people will hear us mixed people talk and think we're so inspiring. And bitch, we just might have read a quote and had an opportunity to say it to you. Like, I think that that's the thing too. It's like having privilege means having the opportunity. It's not always that you're like the smartest one, prettiest one, coolest one. You just was in the room. That's really the only thing. You had the opportunity to be in the fucking room. And so I think that's why, and this is off topic seemingly, but trust me, it's connected in ways. But when we were talking about Ice Spice and Cleotrapa being in the room next to Ice Spice is obvious. Once real's in the building, fake be feeling real uncomfortable, bitch. And so I just feel like there's a reason why us light skinned people, excuse me, us mixed people who are lighter skinned are operating the way we are. Because, bitch, we don't have to prove anything. And it's bizarre. Like, there's been moments where my privilege was operating for being, I thought people were just being really nice. I just thought, the world is so magical. Bitch, again, like there's times where like privilege is operating for us and like we really be thinking it's just the universe. No, it ain't the crystals or the tarot cards neither, babe. And I'm not trying to be rude to spirituality. I'm just saying, like, I had a moment when I was watching Sweeney Todd earlier and they were singing that song Pretty Women and they were talking about how just being around a beautiful woman shares the air. Just being around a beautiful woman changes everything. And it makes me think about how like people will really act like you did something and really you were just occupying the space between uh I can't look at this person because they're not, making me horny, and I could stare at this person all day because they're a celebrity. Like that space in between not ugly and not incredibly beautiful is still a very wide space. And yet some of us never get into it. Like until we're a certain age seemingly or can afford certain clothes or looks. Like there's just so many ways that like pretty rests on colorism and capitalism and ableism, anti-blackness. Like it's a lot. So I say all of this to say I don't be knowing shit, bitch. I be listening to people. I be trying to make it apply in the moment. But bitch, I be getting it wrong too. And I pray folk feel individual enough to be like, yeah, I don't like this or I don't fuck with this. So we can have a conversation because again, there's gonna be times where I say shit and I'm off as fuck. Like there's gonna be times where I'm like just talking on my ass and like I couldn't have possibly known this or that thing. And it's actually okay to be like, you know what? I'm actually not appreciating this. And I would appreciate that the most, truly, because again, I don't exist here just to be talking, talking, talking. I love to talk to y'all, but I don't want to harm none of y'all. And if I am, please, like, it would be an honor to be dragged. It would be an honor for someone to intervene because I think one of the things I've noticed as a lighter skinned person is people really don't intervene on us when we're fucking dead wrong or when we're doing something fucked up. Like, people are really just like, because again, we could be so slick and ugly and hurtful that like people may be afraid to correct us. And so I just want to be candid that my energy is not to attack, harm, cause confusion, be a weirdo, but there have been times where I've been those things. So if you're worried about that, protect yourself. I feel like that's the thing about Amanda Seales that I relate to. Is like, yeah, people might have seen you act ugly as fuck, and that's why they are scared of. Maybe not scared, but they don't. They are protecting themselves. It's not about fear. It's about energy and wanting and whether or not you're worth it, And I just think that at this point, people know a man is not worth it. She gonna drag you for for one good show, maybe get you a couple of death threats. You know what I mean? I have to hold that like there's times where people be so privileged and they don't realize you're the monster. Like people just can't say it. People just can't say it, and people are saying it, but. Again, there's times where I've been a monster, and I feel like who could say it? Who could be like, oh, this, and then even when they did, how I was like trying to see how I was right. Like there are definitely moments where I just wish I would have been like, yeah, I was fucking whack. But the shame, the ego of being like, I failed. Like I wasn't cultivating safety with that person. At this point, I'm grateful to be able to say that because then I don't feel like, damn, I'm evil. I'm some demonic, presence. Like, actually, I was probably being an energy vampire. Like, I could actually understand why I did all these things, or why I was operating this or that way, seemingly. Maybe not completely, but now I can actually contextualize it within the framework of the ways that, if you have a white parent, you are the colonizer's daughter, And maybe you don't know, but the ways I've had to really sit with how I could really be somewhere and people could really be excited, but nothing's happening. And to pull it into more focus, the way people are excited about Kamala, but nothing's happening. And the way nothing's going to happen, bitch, but more war, but under the blue, not the red. It's crazy, but it's not. It's how white supremacy keeps itself going. They needed new blood, bitch. They needed some oatmeal, some fucking dulce de leche. Like they didn't need the Latinos this year, the Indian folk this year. They needed everybody who's mixed. Like, I think they're looking at the demographics of the country shifting, all the interracial marriages, and they're just like, fuck it. We're going for a multi-front attack. We're coming for people that are black adjacent, fucking someone black, fucking someone blendian, fucking someone, you know what I mean? Just it's wild. But I'm gonna read the comments. Come behind this fuck. Nima, I had it in a straw. I'm fucking crying. It seems like she's aware of her privileges and spoken up about it a tiny bit. Marie said, Edna, how so? She doesn't seem to have self awareness and doesn't acknowledge that she's able to thrive while being mediocre. Marie. Marie said, have y'all not seen the controversy around her latest music video? And what was her response? Edna says, Marie, I'm not saying she's an ally, but she wouldn't be the first one to call out. Edna, who would you call out? Tell me more. Yaya, I think her popularity is not based around talent, but sexualizing herself and having a level of influence through her amount of followers. Yaya, you're not wrong, and that's what Justin J was saying. He was saying it's desire. That is what's fueling her career. Just like Ice Spice, it's desire. And you know what made me laugh? At some point, I can't remember whose video it was. It was one of those Fall of Ice Spice videos. And they keep on bringing up that Kai Sanat video of Kai trying to get her to freestyle. And she just started twerking and like doing like glamour magic with her eyes, and I just started dying laughing because it's like, yo, she literally was like, oh, I'm not about to rap. I can't, ain't no teleprompter here. I don't even got my cat in the hat book, you know what I mean, to get my rhymes together. Like, it was giving like I was not prepared. They didn't pay me. They didn't put the chip in me that make me rap. They put the twerk chip in me tonight, and that's all I'm gonna be doing. Wait, there was a black woman in a music video who was deep dark skin, and she was getting played in the fucking music video. What the fuck? Oh no. Christina, thank you for chatting. Yeah, no matter the tone, if you show up in the world as a black woman, you have a right to comment. I mean, so Weedy is mixed. I think, like, honestly, tonight I was really having a moment with my own mixed identity where, like, people were like mixed in the convo I was in, but they were quantifying their blackness to try to shut me down from acknowledging that there was anti-blackness happening. And it was a very bizarre convo. And that is why I am team we are mixed, we are not black. Because again, in that moment, that person having access to black ancestry in any capacity meant that they felt safe to weaponize it against someone who literally also is mixed and has some black ancestry. It was a very insane combo, but what I took away from it was that there is a desire to wield power. We all have it, but amongst us mixed people, there have been moments where I myself have like used my blackness to like be shutting something down with somebody who was a lighter skinned mixed person who was identifying as mixedness or as a mixed person, and I don't want to make it seem like in every instance I would even know that I was doing that. But in retrospect, there were definitely moments where I felt emboldened that I was mostly black. And so I felt like I could say this or that thing to this maybe biracial person or this maybe quadroon person. In retrospect, I find that to be very peculiar because if I'm a mixed person and you're a mixed person, we actually should be talking about what we're experiencing, where we're at, because that's going to tell us a lot about where we're at together. Like if a mixed person is talking to me about white people stuff a lot, I kind of know something. Like I just feel like at this point in mixedness, in my mixed identity, I'm able to hold that I perform to make white people feel comfortable. I have literally appropriated Queen's English. That's how I'm choosing to see myself. Like I use all types of Caucasian phrases and things to again make them feel comfortable, because at some point I'm gonna bonk them on the fucking head with motherfucking conversations around colonialism. Like at some point I'm going to use this Shawstack M6D MLA formats essay ass voice to get them together in a way that they would never see coming, bitch. They don't be seeing it. Like I be calling my boss bitch and she don't even be hearing it. Because the way I be saying it, she don't even be hearing bitch. I'm not having a snack, but you just reminded me that I'm making fucking tea. Thank you for reminding me, because I want to drink this tea so bad. I fucking love tea. I be putting caramel in my tea, bitch. Oh my god, I don't got no more motherfucking condensed milk. I'm kind of hurt about that. But that's okay. That's okay, babies. That's okay. I still got caramel. And that's okay. Damn, it's like, should I take mushrooms? I probably fucking shouldn't. Maybe I will, though. Honestly, I'm addicted to this one strain, bitch. It just be giving me so much. Like, ooh, I swear mentally I can handle a lot of shit. Right now, ooh, you know what? Because I made some ice cubes with my Earl Grey earlier. Yeah, got some Earl Grey ice cubes. And they have some heavy cream in them and some condensed milk and some caramel already. But y'all, I want to just go back to what you were saying. It do matter what tone we are, because not all of us are black women. It do matter what tone we are, because our tone does influence how we are treated. And that's something that I didn't really hold like all of my life. I didn't really see it that way. And then again, as I continued to listen and to look at what my deep dark skin sisters, siblings, and folks that are not in community with me and do not fuck with me are saying, that there's a lot going on. There's lots of layers to colorism. That again, people be so caught up on team light skin, team dark skin type conversations, and miss the fact that there's systemic erasure happening to deep dark skin women in every fucking sector. And so again, even when people do talk about colorism, there be several conversations that deep dark skin people are like, because again, there are so many times where people will invoke. There's so many moments where people will talk about colorism in a particular way, and they'll keep it on like TV. They'll keep it on a book. Like there are a lot of moments where people will refuse to connect all of it together, and so I believe that that's also another layer to this. Is that when people really do cover colorism, it's just vast. It's a vast system of harm. And so there's lots of layers. There's lots of layers. And I think that's another reason why Saweetie seemingly wanting to be an accomplice, but still missing the mark, is a moment to call her in. Maybe some folks don't want to call her in because they're tired of us light skinned people making mistakes, doing weird shit, being in the dancing in the front. Like there's reasons why people are sick of us, and I just want to hold that most of it's not people hating on us. Most of it's not that. I think that even like saying like any of it is that is really tragic, because again, I think that it's really easy to think that folks don't like light skinned folk, when it's like, no, folks actually really don't like to be motherfucking subjugated for something that they literally are existing as. They are deep dark skinned folk. There's not one wrong thing with that. But we live in a world that literally wants them to pay for that reality. And so with that being said, us lighter skinned people just need to be candid that we don't know shit. That we don't know, and that people need to ask this person, that person. Like honestly, like I wish you would have taken a moment to say, I don't know shit about colorism. But here's some people I've been listening to. That would have been beautiful. I think a lot of people would have held space for that. But unfortunately, she wanted to talk. And I think that that's, and again, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. So what am I really thinking about? So I shouldn't have said I think. Um, as a light skinned person, I be wanting to talk too. I have empathy for her. She wants to talk. She wants to be helpful. And just like I told y'all before, when I first started to hear deep dark skinned people, not that they weren't talking to me before, but when I actually started to listen, to hear, not just to gather information, because I already told y'all in the beginning of unlearning colorism, I'm over here trying to figure out, is it me? Am I the light skinned person that's being terrible? I'm really asking people. I'm really trying to figure out, do does this feel like colorism? I'm really doing that in real life because I'm thinking to myself, that can be part of the unlearning. That can be part of the harm reduction. Is if I, the light skinned person, the warrior, ask the deep dark skinned person, is this the colorism? Is it here? The fuck? And again, there were so many moments where I look back at that time and I think how probably weirded out, afraid that these deep dark skinned people were of perhaps saying the wrong thing to me, or even what's worse, thinking that I might be a fucking ally. Absolutely not. And they don't wanna they don't wanna correct me. I've come so far. I'm listening so good. They don't want to be the one. Like there's moments where I wonder that. I wonder if they think or if they thought, I don't wanna say anything. I don't wanna pop this bubble for you, bitch. Cause I'm over here asking in good fucking faith, actually not at all. And acting as if, or not even acting, operating as if I would be told. As if somebody felt safe enough with me to tell me anything. And again, safety is something we have to cultivate together. So me asking somebody if I've ever shown up as a colorist is kind of just like, well, sweetie, if you were, if you fucking were. Obviously, in that moment, that person didn't say a damn thing. And it's not because they didn't want to. But with that being said, the ways that us lighter skinned people will hear, finally, and still be doing the wrong thing. Like, I definitely fucked up. I'm definitely fucking up now. Like, maybe even telling you this is fucked up. Maybe even talking about this is fucked up. All I know is I'm trying to be candid so that there are other lighter skinned people who don't think that it ever makes sense to cape for any of us. You have no idea what we're up to, how our thought process is unfolding and harming people. That's all I'm trying to offer. That definitely caused harm. Even when I was thinking I was unlearning. Let's see. I definitely manifested during the full moon. Oh, baby, I love to hear that. I'm crying. Edna, see, and you know what? I'd love to believe that as a lighter skinned person, that me even being worried about causing harm is a good thing. But again, that fear of causing harm can lead us to doing a lot of things that, again, may show up as inauthentic, may show up as bothering. Like, again, I'm just trying to be mindful about how we can have the best of intention. We want to not be those, we want to be not that light skinned person. But, sweetie, I'm going to always be light skinned. I'll share with you this. There was a moment when I was on mushrooms and I thought to myself, a thought, I can't remember what the thought was, but then right after I was like, damn, was that a light skinned thought? And almost immediately the mushroom said, bitch, you're light skinned. Every thought you think is gonna be light skinned. And I was like, bitch. And again, it'd be moments like that where I'd be worried about being light skinned. What the fuck? Again. I'd be worried about my thoughts being potentially colorist, because that's what I'm saying, right? And it's like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, we live in a colorist society. You're definitely a colorist. And again, unlearning, recovering colorist, Our language is important and how we talk about it. You don't know what to think about Amanda? You're not really one to call. I'm not really one to call out at all. I rather focus on what I want to see. So I would want to talk about someone like Ari Lennox and her talent rather than Saweetie's lack of talent. You know what, Edna? I hear you, and I hear that thought process. But what's important is to acknowledge that like Ari Lennox having talent and still not getting to even a Saweetie level is criminal. But bringing up Ari Lennox in this moment, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I feel like it was unnecessary because again, I feel like even bringing up Ari is highlighting the discrepancy that like we could like again, it's very much. Again, I don't want to make it seem like I be knowing shit because I really don't know shit. But there's just something about bringing up Ari Lennox in this moment for me that's kind of just like, because Saweetie is surpassing Ari Lennox. Ari Lennox, didn't she just quit music? Meanwhile, people will watch Saweetie's anything because they want to fuck. Again, that's what I was trying to offer earlier about my content on the internet. Like, I truly believe my content was not that great, but a lot of men were jacking off to me, and I don't think we talked about that because I'm fat. I think if I was a thinner, lighter skinned person at the time, people might have thought differently about my content. But people never suspected that there was a large number of horny men watching my content. At this point, I can tell with the algorithm, the analytics that they offer me, I'm able to see in real time like who's watching what and why. And it's fascinating because again, had like at the time, I'm thinking that it's mostly femmes watching me and appreciating me. And it was a lot of dudes. I'm not saying there were no femmes jacking off to me. I'm not saying that. I'm still flattered. What I'm trying to offer though is that the ways that I was thinking about myself and the ways I was seeing myself and the way other people were seeing me too. No one ever accused me of just being a slut online. Like until recently. Like recently people are more like tongue in cheek about how like some of my content is porn. But again, even when like I didn't see my content as porn, someone else did. And they were jacking off to it and it was adding up for me. Like I was gaining something from someone being desiring of me. And so I want to hold that like the Ari Lennox and versus Sweetie thing. I'm not saying you put them against each other. I'm just saying though that there's this energy of like, the Ari Lennox in our industry or in the industry of music, the girls who look like Ari Lennox, they rarely become Brandy or SZA. They rarely. And the generations between SZA and Brandy, it's really fucked up. And Ari not even being in the running, unfortunate on a whole nother level because she has the power, the look, she's everything. And yet the world is still forcing us, all of us, light skinned folk included, to think that there's something more about us. To think that there's something more. And I'm talking about light skinned mixed people because I feel like I have to really make the distinction because there are so many black folks who are really stressing that us mixed people have to stop calling ourselves light skinned, that we must find different language. So I'm trying to call myself a mixed person with lighter skin because that acknowledges that mixedness is not one shade. I feel like I'm trying to develop my language to include other mixed people. Ooh, Marie, you be knowing. A small D, I'm crying. Marie, the Marie saying I see the both sides shit. I agree with you. I agree. I meet a lot of mixed people who say that they see both sides. I meet a lot of mixed people who say that they see black people being violent towards mixed people, and it's so bizarre to me because I find quite the opposite. I find black folks quite embracing. And there are definitely moments where I've seen black folks tell other black folks, like, stop embracing these mixed people. And I think about that conversation like a lot because, again, there are definitely moments where, I'll have to be candid with a browner skinned person, you know, that I'm not a black person. Like, people include me in blackness a lot, and I have to be like, oh, I'm mixed. And then once I say that, I never know how shit's gonna go, to be honest with you. I'm not like on some I'm mixed type shit. I'm just on some, oh, I'm a mixed person. Like, I just try to like let it be known organically when it's brought up. When someone includes me in blackness, I try to just be candid because, again, there are many moments where people just automatically assume I'm a black person. There are moments where people will treat me like I'm kind of dumb and be like, girl, you're black. And I'll be like, I'm really not. And I'm not trying to fight with you. Like, I appreciate, like, I'll be like, I appreciate you. You know, thank you for seeing me. You know what I mean? I'd be like, thank you for seeing me. But then I'm like, did they really see you, girl? Like, because then there's moments where I have to hold that there are folks that will have mixed people in their family, and that is why they see me. Not because I'm black, because they have mixed people in their family. It's very bizarre, honestly. The one drop rule is very bizarre, but I choose to see, I choose to see it as a way for the colonizer to maintain control. It's that's nothing, that's it's nothing more than that. It's a way for the colonizer to have his plants, his daughters installed in black spaces. That's where I'm at with it. Like, the amount of access I've had to black spaces and black people, not because they wanted me there, because there's this forced occupation. A lot of us mixed people are in black spaces because the gatekeeping with certain black folks is not there, or they have mixed people in their family already and they're being socialized to believe that we're benevolent. We're benevolent colonizers. I've seen people operate like we are the colonizer that can be trusted, that could maybe show up every now and then, that could maybe be loving, caring, kind, compassionate, an ally, an accomplice, perhaps. But unfortunately, I think that because we can experience the offshoots of anti-blackness, because I don't even think we're experiencing anti-blackness. I think that we're experiencing the ghost of it, the runoff, the fumes. Because of that, I do think that people will hold us closer and will try to protect us more. And you see it with the Meghan Markles. Meghan Markle, look at her demographics. If you ever get a chance, look at who follows her the most. It's a lot of boomer Gen X, like deep dark skinned black folk who really go up for her because they see her as being harmed by anti-blackness, when really her mama was being harmed. Like, I truly believe the person who's harmed, when people think it's the mixed person in the room, it's really their black ancestor that's still alive. It's really the people around trying to let that black ancestor know you still connected to this person. You, like, that's how I felt when I heard when the Meghan Markle backlash was happening. All I felt was like, Miss Doreen. I felt like Miss Doreen was under attack, not Meghan. Meghan was always smiling, living her life. She looked like she was very happy making her little white babies. You said she's quitting social media. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I'm hearing you. Oh, Alexandria, I wonder what you had said. I didn't get to you yet, but I am curious, but it's okay. Um, but yeah, no, listen, I'm not trying to make it seem like I be knowing shit, because I really don't know nothing. But I'm just trying to hold that a lot of us mixed people be thinking that we're being harmed by anti-blackness, but really, again, just having access to more language is vital, because there are just so many moments. Mm. I'm hearing you, Alexandria. I appreciate you for still sharing. But yeah, hearing that Ari Lennox is quitting social media, it's like, do y'all know what kind of DMs that girl probably get? Like, the way that people be talking about Sweetie loving colorism or needing colorism, what do y'all think they say to Ari in the DMs? What do you think they say to Ari in the DMs? Do y'all really be thinking about that? Because I really think about that sometimes. Like, what is being said in those DMs for someone to leave social media? Like, that is it's a different type of life, like when people bully you online. And so we don't know nothing about that. Like, even when people are talking about her, they're naming some systemic harm that she's benefiting from. They're not making fun of that girl. Can you imagine someone feeling like you making fun of them and they are rich because they are just light skinned? They literally woke up and just somebody told them that, hold on, we got some propaganda coming. Yeah, you gonna eat forever. Like, how is she harmed by people acknowledging that she benefits from colorism? She might not like that. She might not like that conversation happening in 4K, but how is she harmed? I think she's gonna be quite okay. And again, as a lighter skinned person, 10 years ago, I might not have said that shit. I might have been scared as fuck if someone said some shit like that to me in a fucking in a Twitter comment. Because it's like, to be quite fair with you, there's no other response other than, there's really no response. She really, in my honest opinion, there was nothing to engage with there. There was nothing to engage with there. Truly, there's nothing to engage with there. And again, I think that I personally think that taking anybody to task for uplifting that you're a light skinned person or you're mixed or that you benefit from excuse me, from colorism, it just makes you seem tone deaf. Because at the end of the day, people are punching up. They're not punching down. But her even making it seem like people were punching down by naming her as a colorist or as someone who is a beneficiary is another moment where we have to hold that she's not really hearing what's being said. Folks aren't putting down deep dark skinned people. They're not. And her even thinking that is telling that she thought someone talking about her being so happy that she benefits from colorism that she would be brushing her teeth and thanking God that it exists. That doesn't hurt deep dark skinned people. But her thinking it does, telling as fuck. And again, I'm holding space for the fact that I'm sitting with the thoughts that I've had in the past, thoughts that I've had for myself, thoughts that I've had for other people, where once I'm hearing that I'm part of harm, I'm immediately like, fuck, like, how do I reduce it? Not holding that it's not down to me. But also, it's not down to me to be asking deep dark skinned people such a candid, emotional question. Like, I'm never trying to offer that it never makes sense to be asking deep dark skinned people you're in proximity with, like, hey, what would make you feel better? Like, how, are you comfortable? Like, there's definitely questions to be asking. Am I the light skinned threat in the room? Never the question. Am I the one causing harm to you as a light skinned person? Am I enacting colorism on you? I just feel like if you're asking questions like that, it might be time to really sit with what you're doing. Because if you're worried about that, it must mean that it's on your mind. That your color, like your access to, privilege is on your mind, and that person really can't be your guide. And it's also parentifying that black person by trying to get them to explain an experience that they're having with you when you have the privilege. Like, you have the privilege to do a lot of things that that person can't do, and yet you want them to do what? Put themselves in danger? And again, I have to sit with why I needed that, why I needed to be validated that I wasn't causing harm. And part of me feels like it was ego. It was wanting to know that I had read all the books, I had listened to all these deep, dark skinned people. I must know finally how to be in community with them. I just have to be, bombarding them with my light skin guilt. And that wasn't it either. So I'm not trying to pile on Sweetie. I feel like that's kind of the wrong thing to do as someone who's trying to be recovering from colorism. I never want to be the light skinned person in the room like, that light skinned person really made a big mistake. I don't want to be doing that. Because again, I would rather be the one that acknowledges I've made big mistakes as well, and that I can see her where she's at, and just be a lighter skinned elder that people don't have to recover from. Because again, there can be ways us light skinned people can behave very poorly, and people will really think that's fine. And not even that it's fine, but that, like, who wants to deal with that? Who wants to engage that in good faith? I can get that too. Exactly. And see, that's the thing too. Like Megan, how she looked as a younger person and how she looks today, it's very obvious that Megan never wanted to be the biracial who's had to say I'm biracial. Like it's very clear, and I'm gonna be super candid with y'all. How I look, how I show up in the world, obviously, like depending on how my hair looks, that really changes how people treat me. This is something I didn't always know, but once I started wearing wigs, the way people treated me, it was a drug. I didn't want to go back. I was like, oh, so if my hair is literally anything less than like 3B, I'm gorgeous. But if my hair is my own natural hair coming out of my scalp, it's debatable. Why would I even embrace my natural self if I'm hearing that people literally hate me as I naturally am? And again, I'm not trying to make the case that I was right. What I'm trying to offer is that in the desire to be desired, in the pursuit of being looked at with care and concern, I got lost in the gaze of other people. And I can hold that as a mixed person in this world. Like there is such great anti-blackness that there are times where we as mixed people with black ancestry will be really kind of like taught to hate our signifiers of black identity. I'll say that. And so, while I don't believe that I really hated my hair, I didn't like it. And I didn't want anyone to see it as much as I wanted people to see me with super long flowing hair that was looking nothing like my hair, because I felt like that was the last piece of the puzzle to achieve beauty. I felt like as I'm looking, I'm getting enough, I guess. But once that wig went on my head, bitch, it was like the amount of people that really like were taking me seriously, were really treating me very, very, very kindly. And it was so bizarre. And as you said, you really do get addicted to people treating you better. No, it's so true. It's so true. It's like even as I'm getting fucking traction alopecia on the side of my motherfucking head from a fucking wig, literally pulling my fucking head. And then I also have to hold that like as the wigs are holding my fucking head, the fucking wig is giving me a motherfucking facelift. I'm also holding that the wig is literally pulling my eyes like this. That changes your, like, wigs can change your whole face, and we don't talk about it. Like, depending on how you pin that wig, bitch, you can really give yourself a completely different face. And then you put makeup on a snatched face, you can change everything. And so, with that being said, the addiction that I had to being perceived as beautiful, but also asterisk, the beauty being everything I could buy, everything I could put on, having to take it off at night, like that whole ritual of like going back to who I was, and at times just choosing to sleep in the makeup, choosing to sleep in the wig, choosing to sleep in the fantasy, and then even the whole desire to be seen as this made up thing. Like even to this day, I still feel conflicted about like putting extensions in my hair. Like I do it cuz I enjoy the look, but there's always a part of me, especially when I date someone new or I make new friends, where I get worried that that they actually really only liked me as a person wearing this wig. And I've had that happen where like I met someone in a wig, and then when they saw my actual hair, like they never spoke to me again. And so like there are moments in my life where like I've seen people switch up on me because I was literally just being myself, or I was just existing as myself. And then I've had other moments where people have, let me know that I looked better with that wig. I should get that wig again because that was how I looked the best. And like, I might not look good anymore if I don't get that wig. And so, and then on top of that, as if that's not like annoying as fuck, just the ways that certain folks will see you wearing like a wig or weave or whatever and think that it's their job to like be telling everybody. Like that's a thing that's happening to me right now at my job. The fucking biracial girl who said she's a demon, I agree with her. At first, I really didn't want to agree with her. I was really like, we'll see. But Geminis never fail to prove me right. You know what I mean? They never fail to prove that I really don't have nothing nice to say about them, bitch. And that's why I leave them alone. Because it's so consistently terrible every time. But again, the ways that, like, when you are wearing a wig or a fucking weft or whatever the fuck, the ways that there are women of color, not black women, I'm not gonna say there's no black women who do this, but I haven't met any, bitch, and I'm not gonna fucking start making it seem like it's happening everywhere, because it's been a lot of mixed people doing shit like this. But there are folks that will have like wig trained eyes, weave trained eyes, or just know that you're not wearing your natural. And they'll really take that as a moment to be like, try to make fun of you, or like make you feel like you're less than because you're wearing extensions. And it's like, whoa, like even that, like the ways that like when your beauty is invisibilized, like the ways that like certain wigs like are really unclockable, and some of them are, and the ways that like when people clock you as wearing a wig and it's like a gotcha, and it's like, girl, no one was trying to trick you. Like, what the fuck? And I feel like that's the part for me that also bugs me, is that like at this point in career, I'm wearing wigs and like a mix of like different individual natural styles, because I want people to see me loving my natural hair. I want people to see me being able to do my own hair. And I also want people to be able to see me in a wig, because I don't want anyone to think like I owe them consistency. And I used to think like that back in the back. I used to think like, okay, so the last wig that I bought was an OD long straight bust down. So then the next wig I'm gonna get is like an OD long kind of wavy black unit, or maybe I'll get a unit with like a black root and then like blonde ombre to kind of give continuity. Like I used to think like that. I used to be like, oh my god, okay, so I did braids last week, and now we're taking the hair out. What wig are we doing? Are we going for a natural style wig, or are we going straight to a flat iron silk press? You know what I mean? It's thoughts like that that I know some wig girls be having. Some girls who do braids be having. Like, what am I gonna do next to kind of keep this style illusion going? Like the girlies that get the blonde braids and they go right into the blonde wig. Like that's all part of like the uh maintaining the beauty, you know? And it's wild. It's really wild. I'm gonna smoke one more with y'all, and I'm gonna dip. How did I get out of that thinking? It took a time. It took a time. I feel like I'm still in the middle of like unlearning that. To be super candid, like I feel like there's still moments where I get really sad that like I can't look exactly how I want to look at this moment. But it's usually because I wanted to look that way, not because I felt like, oh, I want someone to see me looking that way. And I think that that's really what maybe changed, is that I started to like look in the mirror for me. I think at the times when I was really worried about people perceiving me a certain way, I was very much like getting dressed for them. Like I think about the male gaze and how it's inside of us, and how there's times where like we're really worried about, you know, how people will see us. But the reality is like it's not about people. We already see ourselves in a certain type of way. And so again, I had a lot of low self-esteem that I was able to to mask online, because I'm putting on this wig and I'm looking so beautiful. Like if I'm looking beautiful, then maybe I'll believe I'm beautiful, maybe I'll believe I'm worthy. Like I think that that's the reality of like being on this internet shit, is that like some of us are really witnessing ourselves for the first time as a full being. And I think about how like some of these YouTubers, when they like go crazy or get burned out, it's really like I think some of us really never got to be full in our whole identity. Like we didn't get to be full whole people. And so when we come on YouTube and we get to create a whole show about our life, about our thoughts, about our feelings, that's overwhelming as fuck. And then on top of it, you get to be perceived. But I understand why some people don't, you know, don't show their face and shit, because again, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of people can see, people can learn a lot about what you think about yourself by watching you. I'll say that. Like people can really learn, you know, where your head is at by how much you're doing. And so again, I do think that there's probably people that were watching me like, damn, like, do she really like herself? And I'll be candid, I feel like I liked how I looked. I liked how I looked enough to where I didn't care about anything else. And I think that that's like the, you know, the sad part of like being perceived as beautiful, is that like that becomes your job, is like, oh, I just want to make sure that people are still desiring me. And I think that that's how the hair stuff got all conflated, because like I think like there were just so many moments where I would hang out with someone and my hair wasn't the way they thought it should be. And I started to realize, like, bitch, I like my hair. Like, I actually don't hate my hair. Like, I think I hate the way I'm supposed to think it's supposed to look, if that makes sense. Like I started to think about how, you know, sure, like, you know, there are times where I see people's hair and I wish, damn, like I had that thickness. I wish I had that density. I wish I had that color. I wish I had that, um, I wish I had that hang time. Like, I feel like my hair grows like very much like closely cropped to my head, and then even when it grows out, it's like it's very stiff. Like, I feel like my hair is not, it's very dry, or rather I have low porosity hair, and I don't think I've ever had like the right kind of maintenance for it, because again, I had an end mom and a narcissistic mother. And so I don't think I ever really got my needs met. You know what I mean? Enough to really know what my hair texture probably really would feel like if I actually was getting my hair cared for properly. Like, there's moments like that too, where like I have to hold that some of the ways I didn't like myself or didn't treat myself good was learned behavior. Like, some of us, I hate to say this, it wasn't even just that our mom was a narcissist. She didn't want kids, and she didn't want to go through an abortion. And I mean this with so much love, but some of us, you know what? This might be a real wild thing to say, but I'm gonna say it, bitch. I truly believe some of us, we want to kill ourselves so fucking bad because our mama couldn't. She had to suffer for 9 fucking months, and I really do think that some of us can feel it, even to this day. That it's a bitch that you came out of that really does not care that you're here, and that's a palpable fucking feeling. And at this point in career, I have to hold that. My mom probably didn't want to have me. She probably didn't. She probably didn't want to go through with it. She probably realized my dad was a deadbeat way before we even came out. Now, when she had my brother a year and 6 months after me, I'm going to be real. I ain't understand for a long time. But now I realize, my mom's desire, sexuality, and her lack of, just reproductive. I don't even know, babe. I don't even know. My mom had me at 25, so I'm just trying to hold that at 25. She thought she was ready. And so there's a part of me that feels like, when you get left alone with a baby, shit, when you get left alone before the baby even fucking get born, it's probably all types of psychological things happening to you and that baby. And so I just want to hold that. I do think there were moments where my mom wanted children, where she wanted a daughter, where she was happy. But I do think that there were probably more moments where she realized that she was going to be judged for the rest of her life for anything that she did. And that shit's fucked up. Oh my God, not highlights. Alexandria. That's fucking wild. Damn, not bleaching a baby head. Exactly, Edna. What up, Max? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, no, I feel like that's the other part of this. Is like I genuinely do believe some of us we're never supposed to have a good relationship with our mom because she never wanted to be a mom. And so she was never, growing you inside of her thinking about how she couldn't wait to meet you. In fact, she was hoping that it didn't hurt too bad when she didn't really care that much about what she was up to. She was probably hoping, like, I hope they, have a full life with their grandmother, their grandfather. Like, some of y'all know what that's like to be raised by your grandparents, raised by auntie, raised by cousin. Because they were the ones that were like, I can't let this baby just wait for the love that's not coming. They stepped up and they were there. And no, I agree. I agree. I'm definitely not. No, no. I feel like I want to go to go to like an animal rescue or some shit. I feel like that's all I really got. I don't got it, cause baby, no. I feel like that's the thing about kids that scares me. Is like they'll just bite you just to figure out they shouldn't be biting people. Like, that's the thing about little kids. It's like they'll do some shit, and that's the lesson right then and there. You got punched in the head by a baby, and they learn that day don't punch people in the head. Or they spit on you, stomp on you, bitch. You know what movie I really want to watch? A Little Princess. That's my movie, bitch. But I just thought about how the little girls used to stomp on that bitch, the fat bitch foot every time she would try to get them to do something. That shit would have me screaming. True. You're not wrong. 11 or 12, getting your hair bleached. It do take a village, but I think some of us know that we were left with some family members because our mama just had other shit going on. And again, I think that that's the thing. We're in a climate where there are people that know they weren't being loved properly. They know exactly that they weren't being loved properly. They know exactly who denied them. And I think that that's a powerful thing to know. Who denied you the love you were supposed to get? Because I think that's the other thing too. Is like we were all born from one person. One person. Well, one person birthed us, if that makes sense. Like one person laid there and made sure we made it on the other side, bitch. We made it to Earth side, and it's just like, damn, that sounds so sacred to me. Like I like, bitch. Let me find a Pokemon egg. Like let me hatch a Pokemon. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and I'm caring. I'm like, I hope this motherfucking Squirtle does his damn thing. But I can't imagine in my real body I'm carrying life and I'm just like, all right, you know? But again, I'm not a mother, so I don't know what it's like to be so in control of everything and at the same time at the mercy of everything too. I don't envy that at all, truly. And I'm not trying to shit on mothers. I'm just trying to offer that it's one of those things. Like, oh my God, today when me and Dane in the car broke down, the woman whose house we broke down in front of, she's I tried to get her to like not give a fuck about us, and she came back out with some water and some hand warmers, and she was like, hey, she's like, you don't know how many people break down right in front of my house. She was like, please take the water, please take the hand warmers. And I'm like, it's okay. She's like, you're telling me it's okay, but I'm a mom. And that shit had me crying in the car after she walked away. Because it's like some people they think that being a mom is being a mom to everyone. Like some people really hold that and it's so wild. Because it makes me think about how patriarchy puts that on some women, that you're a mother so you should be everybody's mother. And I think about how some of our mothers didn't even want to be our mother. And they might have not even wanted to be their own mother. And at some age you realize you are her. Even if you don't look like her, you are doing some of the things that she taught you how to do. And you have to unlearn them. And you have to unlearn them from a place of joy. Like, and support. You can't unlearn them in spite of her. Like, that's the other part. You can't try to just be her opposite. It's not possible. She's placed things inside of you. Like, there are things that you carry of hers. And so I don't know. I don't think it's possible to fully kill our mother out of our life, even if she dead. Like her spirit lives on, bitch. Like Horcrux as fuck. Um, word, bitch. Single child free, bitch. That part. That part. But again, it's just the way. It's the way that some women really think. Like, I'm a mother, so now I'm everyone's mom, and I'm gonna care for everyone. And it's like, where does all that care come from? Like, you ever think about that on the stock market, bitch? Like, it's like, my God. Like, there are so many femmes who've just looked out. Like, just looked out for no reason. For no fucking reason. And not all of them were moms. But all of them possessed care, compassion, vulnerability, and authenticity. And yet, you know, the ones who had children, it's almost like they felt like this is just my role. And it's like, no, there has to be breaks in between. You can't always be a mother. Like, isn't there room to be something else? But I'm not a mom. So I don't know if this is even a question these women ask. Probably is, though. Because I can't imagine, like, you're just that now. Why would anybody be just one thing? Ever. I heard you. Word. I hear y'all. I hear y'all. I hear y'all. Yeah, our elders were absolutely abused. But we still didn't deserve that, you know? Like, it's like when people are, like, think about us. Like, we've been abused and maybe we have harmed people, but I don't think any of us are comfortable, and maybe I could be wrong, with this idea that, like, when we were causing harm, it was reasonable. I think that we all know that, like, in some ways, no matter what we did, at some point we had to sit with ourselves. We had to do some unlearning. And we still do. It's forever. And so with that being said, I'm never trying to make it seem like I don't have no empathy or understanding for where our mamas be coming from, but I think there's just so many layers, like, to caring for yourself, caring for your inner child, believing that you can parent yourself. You know, I think like being neglected really made me just see life as like, you know, like survival or revolution pending survival. Like, who knows what we're gonna get to do? Like, I operate like that most times. Like, who knows what's all gonna get to be done? Like, I don't know what's gonna happen in an hour. Like, I don't know who's gonna try to fucking harm me. I like safety not being real is something I really like think about all the time. And so, with that being said, like, I just, I don't know. I'm trying to hold that there are just so many layers to wanting to be caring, especially when you're a femme. Like, so many of us want to be like that loving, nurturing, supportive person, that myth of what a woman is, perhaps. And I think about that a lot. Like, how none of us owe you niceness, kindness, compassion. None of us owe you that. Like, no femme owes anybody anything. And yet, it's the way that a femme person will see you even looking like you're about to struggle and try to make it not so. It's the way femmes will say sorry when they didn't do anything. Like, it's the way that femmes will offer so much support just because you're a femme, just because she see you. Like, it's really fucking wild, bro. Like, sometimes to think about the femmes that have just showed up because I'm a femme too. That's all it took. A bitch, not your neighbor being creepy. And no, I'm sorry. Genuinely. I don't disagree. Edna, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. Like, I'm seeing this conversation unfolding where people are talking about how this Indian man said, whenever you're lost or in trouble, look for a black woman. And it had a lot of black women acknowledging that, you know, people will say shit like this on the internet and then say that black women are nasty and mean and rude. But on the inverse, people will still acknowledge that if something is going down, if there's a crisis, that black women are a warrior for hire, are a helpmate, are someone to fix it. Like, ew. And again, it only feeds into like what's already been said about black women being parentified and being seen as older than white women and white girls. Like, it's the way that little black girls don't get to be little girls. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm still getting notifications from that group that I'm in where people are dragging me. And there's a bunch of people like reading what's happening and being like, what even happened here? And it's like, it's frustrating because when people dogpile or cause harm, people don't like it's just, it's like the dynamics of like a mob. It's like if there's a swarm of bees, are you really gonna say, hey bees, what are y'all up to? No, you're not talking to the fucking bees. Like, it's the way people keep coming into the group being like, what happened here? Bitch, you can't read good? Like, motherfuckers dragged the shit out of me for no reason and then tried to tell me to, like, leave as the admin when I'm the only person being reasonable in the entire conversation. And then people are trying to, like, start a mutiny when I'm like, y'all can go wherever y'all want to go. Like, y'all ain't got to be in here. And then they're trying to make it seem like this group is so sacred to them. It's like, girl, it clearly ain't. Like, you wouldn't have been acting this fool. Like, you would have actually like communicated with me like a person worthy of respect if like you really wanted to like say anything to me, really. It's like people really can't handle that, like, you're not going to be boo boo or the fucking fool. Like, no, no. Like, you already showed me what you think I deserve. You think I'm gonna stick around for more of the wrong kind of treatment that I don't deserve? Why would I do that? I swear, people are playing a lot of games during this Aries moon. A lot of games. Too many games. X Games mode. Um, What? For an award for basic being for being a strong black woman? Yeah, I'm sorry that that ever occurred. It's just it's so bewildering because it's like, why are you wanting to celebrate me having to take on labor? Like a lot of times, like we're really us non-black folk, like us mixed folk, us again non-black mixed, whatever. We do not be listening. We do not be paying attention to what we're saying. How do we tell black women thanks for being strong without also acknowledging that we're saying thanks for taking on the labor? Thanks for doing the stuff that we refuse to do. It's very much not even a thank you. It's very much keep at it. It's not even encouragement. It's an affirmation that you're on your job and you need to keep on doing it. Like, mm, Nook L, I'm crying. I'm literally crying, Nook L. I'm literally crying. This Aries moon got my back hurting. Like it's the way I'm about to just sit in the shower and let it rain on me, bitch. Cause I'm not good. I'm not right. Alexandria, and won't respect you for doing. Add that in there as well, because Edna, I would suggest you get the Shani app, Chani. That app has been helpful. They also added in the Black Moon Lilith for anybody who don't know their Black Moon Lilith sign. She's able to get that for you in the app these days, which is exciting. Aw, that's so cute. Look at Harsh being sweet. I used to know somebody named Harsh, and they were so cute. Of course, of course. But yeah, no, the Shani app has been helpful. I love the Shani app. I'm a big fan. Um, and whatchamacallit? There's something else I was gonna tell y'all about. Oh yeah, I think I told y'all about the app Lex, Lex. If you're gay, trans, queer, or you think you may be gay, trans, or queer, you ain't gotta know, bitch. Some people just don't know yet. That's okay. The Lex app is probably for you, bitch. And so Lex is the app, and if you look in groups, I want to say it's under spirituality or zodiac. I think it's gonna be under spirituality or community. But if you look for the group, a group for tarot, zodiac, whatever, you'll be able to find it. But I'm a part of this group called Tarot Plus Planets Plus Zodiac 2. The first one I got locked out of, and I don't know what happened with that. Like I want to say I requested to get into the group, but I feel like the person that became admin isn't active, and so when I got kicked out the group, I think the group just died, which is sad. Um, the founder's a weirdo. That sucks. Oh, you said they're not ace friendly? Thank you for telling me. I'm on there as an agender person. I have not really connected like under sexuality very much on there. I feel like for the most part I'm on there for the groups. And the groups are fun. I'm a part of a group called Rural Queers, and it's a bunch of queer people who live in the woods talking about, just all types of good things like fishing and stuff like that, nature, cool spots to go to, cool native plants. I'm a part of a group where it's called Chatty Patties, and the whole group is just people that like to talk, and so the whole group is just about conversation. I'm a part of this other group called Survival Queers, and it's for queer people who want to learn how to survive in the wilderness. It's very hilarious. I can't lie. I really love it. I'm also a part of this queer birders group. It's people that just love birds and talk about different types of birds. Um, yeah, I'm in a group called like Southeast Michigan friends with benefits. Like there's groups on there for people looking to hook up. There's groups on there for people selling sex work content. Now let me know when you become lesbian. I'm crying. I'm crying. Yeah, no, there's a big lesbian. Yeah, someone just followed the group. So if you're in here, hi. But yeah, no, there's a lot of tarot groups, zodiac groups on there that I really like. But there's also groups where people are trying to find resources like food. Um, there's like one group that I'm in where people just swap crops. It's called like Southeast Michigan crop swap, where people who grow things like right now, you can slightly see, but I have a green onion plant behind me. It's been going off, but I just had to fucking harvest it recently. But I was on there offering to, deliver some green onion to people if they were interested. And again, like you can swap with people. Like my friend brought me some Scotch bonnet pepper from their garden, and I've been thinking about making some spicy honey with it. But there's just so many things, so many groups. I feel like if you're not liking the locals, go in the groups. That's my biggest advice, or my best advice, because I have not met the like most of the people that I talk to on there. Most of the people I talk to on there are people that I'm probably never gonna meet because they live in different places, and the locals around here, they're not bad, but like I feel like outside of going to like some relationship anarchy groups and queer, like there's a group I'm a part of called They Beach, and it's for like queer people, trans people to go to the beach together and have like strength in numbers and like just be on our gay and trans time. And then what up, Eddie? And then they started a they Halloween group recently because like it's for people that are gonna be, doing spoopy things and want to be with other trans people. And so there's just a lot of groups on there that are really helpful if you're a queer or trans person and you want to not be alone at an event. I think that's where it shines the most. Like I've definitely gone out more because of that app. And I've gone to some cool stuff. Like I went to a figure drawing class in a garden that was owned by some gay people. Like some gay people bought a little plot of land and turned it into a community garden where people could have events in the summer and the spring. And so one of the things they offered was a figure drawing class, and like it was free. You just had to come with your art supplies. If you didn't have any, there was some donated. And I want to say you could smoke weed and do drugs and just be free. And again, like those are events that I like to go to. So being in this part of the world, like it's more acceptable to do drugs outside and also be in nature. But for the people in Cali, Oregon, Washington, like that app might really help. Especially I feel like the people that are in the southern part, my heart goes out to you. The people being affected by weather, I feel like that app probably is helpful in that too. Finding places to stay for the queer people who are just displaced. I am trans. Yes, I want us to talk about transness for just a second, because I really don't want to spend too much time on this. But trans just means not cis. Trans just means that when you were born and people looked between your legs and told you what you were supposed to be like, you were like, nah, that's not me, chief. And that's it. Like, literally. Like, that's what trans means for me. Asterisk. For other people, it's other shit. For me, though, it's genuinely that I was taught that I was supposed to behave a certain kind of way because I have a vagina. And I was like, I don't see that, big dog. And ever since, I never looked back. However, are there times where, like, I'll call myself she, her, or I'll perform like I'm a cis woman? Absolutely. I think that like the reality is I'm not safe. Like I think that that's just the unfortunate thing, is that there are people who call me sir sometimes, and I don't know if they're meaning that to be like funny or hurt me. I don't want to find out though. Like I don't really care. I just date people. So I just want to be super candid that like I feel like the best way to describe me is I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I look real femme, but I'm your brother. Like I'm your bro. Like I can look like a femme all day. Like I can dress up like a princess. It doesn't change the fact that I'm gonna man spread. I'm gonna take up most of the space. I'm never gonna paint my nails the right way. I'm gonna always, um, I'm honestly gonna always pop a squat somewhere. And again, do these things inherently not make me a femme assigned person, or rather, do they make me not a woman? Not necessarily, but what I'm trying to offer is I feel like the idea of being a woman, or what I was taught a woman is, and what I am, what I know myself to be, has always been in conflict. Like, I'm the person that, like, my mom would take me to get a silk press, and I would put a fucking shower cap on my head, thinking that was gonna preserve my hairstyle. Next thing I know, my whole shit's puffed up, and I'm getting lectured because I'm not looking like a beautiful girl anymore. Now I'm the girl whose hair sweated out, and I get yelled at, and my beauty is gone. Like, I just want to be candid that, like, some of us are terrorized as a femme. Honestly. Again, I know some people don't understand, and I'm grateful. I know that some of y'all don't know what it's like to have another femme person make you feel like you're not femming correctly, that, like, your beauty could be lost if you're not doing this or that thing. Like, I'll never forget one time I was drinking a drink like this, just out of the corner of my mouth, just being a dumb little silly bitch. And my mom was like, "That's not ladylike. Don't do that. It makes you look ugly." And it was like, someone could think I'm ugly by drinking a drink? Again, as an autistic person, some of the things that these neurotypical people, maybe neurotypical people, say about, like, beauty and how lost it can get, or how far away you can be from it, it's one of those things that I think it just never had me excited to do none of that shit. Like, I want to get my nails done recently, and I'm just like, I feel so much worry about not picking the right thing for me, if that makes sense. Like, I don't go to the nail salon that much. I used to go with my mom when I was younger, but at some point she stopped taking my ass. Like, well, at some point she's like, ain't no point, cause this bitch be fucking up. She do too much outside for it to be worth it. Like, I wasn't, like, I feel like getting your nails done, like, I feel like you're living a certain type of lifestyle. I'm gonna just be super candid. And I feel like I am really in the dirt. Like, I'm really, like, doing all types of stuff. And so the idea that my hands are being manipulated to be on display, so stressful, because it's not like I'm trying to be different. I just feel like that shit is a waste of money for me. Like, I might as well just get, like, a manicure with no style, because really it's the way that I'm gonna paint my nails at some point. And low-key, you know, my favorite thing to do, I learned this from, like, this person that I met a few years ago, but they would paint like 10 layers of different colors on their nail. And then as it faded, like as the nail polish chipped, it would look so cool. And I feel like I'm gonna just start going back to that, because I feel like I recently did like this like chrome pink under this black, and when it started to fade and chip, it looked cool as shit. So I think that's my plan, is just to go back to just being a femme that keeps their nails like this long and do mad different colors, and then as it chips, it's gonna look cute. Let's say, I understand that, like, there's some people who like do makeup, there's some people who don't. I'm just trying to offer that, like, when I was being raised, it was very clear to me that my white passing mom felt like she had to put on makeup to get ready for the world. Like, she had to line her hazel eyes with green mascara. She had to do her hair a certain way. She had to, you know, she never did her eyebrows. Like, I only seen her really do like fucking mascara and eyeliner and a lipstick. And my mom don't got no top lip. My mom literally just has a cupid's bow. She literally just has this piece. It's so tragic. Like, I know my father gave me lips, bitch. I'm so aware. Oh my God, fuck around with my mama. I might not have had shit. Jesus. No shade to her, but she don't got no top lip. It's unfortunate. But with that being said, but she still lined that bitch. The way she would use that pencil on that cupid's bow though, bitch. She illusions. Definitely illusions. Not the fashion fair. I'm crying. Listen, I think that there's beauty in so many things. Like to me, I feel like I'm just so grateful to be decolonizing beauty. Because again, like, you grow up in a household where your mama make you feel like you gotta go to the salon, the hair salon, and a nail salon to get to beauty. Bitch, and then when you don't got no money, you ugly. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm glad that we was too poor to keep that shit going, because it's the way that I never felt like addicted to getting my nails done or my hair done. I never felt like that. But when I was younger, my mom would stay with me, get my hair done by somebody, dropping me off at somebody's house for them to braid my hair for hours and hours and hours, and then she would come get me. Just all the ways that, like, my mom never built a relationship with my body, my hair, my look, my aesthetic. Like, she was just constantly a white woman telling me that I was looking ugly. And just the ways that, like, she did not think I was beautiful until I put a wig on. Like, it wasn't until I was putting wigs on and shit, putting on makeup, that my mom ever thought I was beautiful and ever said it. And it made me so sick, because I remember thinking to myself, like, damn, this bitch really loved the work that I put into looking this way. She don't really love how I look, and like, it took a long time to realize that, because when your mom is a narcissist and she finally start complimenting you, then you get caught up in that shit. Start wanting her to do it more. You know, going hard as fuck to look so beautiful that your mom really cared. It's sad, but I'm just being candid that I didn't just decide, oh, I look better with a wig. It's like a lot of people who never talked to me in my life were like, hey, you're looking so good. You're looking so different. Like, it's the way that, like, when I put a wig on, suddenly people could hear me. Suddenly people could see me. Suddenly people wanted to talk to me. And it was just like, damn, like, this is different. And then leaning into it and not realizing that it's the aesthetic, and then getting a complex over that, then feeling like, if I don't have a wig, can I still access this type of care? And I wasn't thinking about it that clearly at the time. My fucking ass was like, get that wig, get that makeup, perform, perform beauty as thin adjacent, if that makes sense. Like, I wasn't interested in looking too fat. Like, I would bitch, I edited all my fucking photos. I want to be so candid. Like, I never took a photograph and posted it online as is. Ever. And even though some folks might say I still look sloppy or I still look fat, I didn't edit it good enough. I think that the reality is that even though people were saying that they like my body, I didn't. And so I was still manipulating it to be liked, to be appreciated. And just the ways, like, the little things, it's the little fat phobic things that I used to think, like, the ways that, like, when I have longer, bigger hair, like, I look smaller. The ways that, like, when I bother to wear um certain eyeliner, it changes my eye shape, and like, people really will, like, in real time respond to me as if I am a different race, depending on how my eyes or my hair looks. And the ways that I started to know that, like, the ways I started to remember that, the ways I started to, know for a fact, the ways that people call me Puerto Rican out of nowhere, the ways that people would just call me a different race whenever I wore a certain wig. It wasn't like I was loving that aspect of it, but I was appreciating that, like, people weren't thinking I'm ugly automatically. Like, yeah, it was uncomfortable to be called Miss Mexico by my ex-girlfriend's grandfather every time he saw me, because I'm wearing an OD long ombre wig. But he's not calling me Miss Ugly Butt. He's not calling me Miss a mess. And with that being said, like, just the ways that you become addicted to people seeing you as the beautiful one, as the worthy one, as the one that looks good. And like, the ways that when I was younger, I was absolutely denied that simply because I was fat and poor and didn't know how to maintain my hairstyles, because I'd be outside having a good time being a kid. But how, when I was younger, my mom would be mad that I wasn't just sitting in the house maintaining my beauty. And I think about Sweeney Todd, Joanna. I think about how when you're a beautiful girl, people really try to put you under glass. And not some of y'all don't know what that's like. But like, when people see you as beautiful, they really try to, like, put you in a little box and keep you in this way. And it's very bizarre, like, how we're not able to be anything more than the visual desire. And that part, because I feel like that's the crux of it. It's like all the buzz and swarm, but let me take all this shit off and be natural. The way motherfuckers don't even talk to my ass is crazy. The way motherfuckers will really act like I don't even exist because I got a little cookie bush on my head. Like motherfuckers are really horse blinders. I don't see that bitch. And it be palpable. And then let me get an OD long buzz down. Motherfuckers be like, hey, Tati. Hey, Tati. It's sick. And it's like, again, when you're in your 20s and you finally get control of your aesthetic, you finally get to dress exactly how you want to look. You don't got to ask nobody for permission. It could be a lot. It could really be a lot. And I see some of these young girls out here, and my heart goes out to them because I'm not a slut shamer or one of those elders who thinks like you can't be living your life. I just think like, damn, like, and I'm not trying to talk about this girl to be on some send her hate her way. But there was this content creator who has the same name, first name as me. I want to say her name is Tatiana Chanel. And somebody was posting about how she dresses too grown, and the whole conversation was just basically saying that this girl is, she just turned 18 years old and she's looking like she's in her mid 20s and do do do. And one thing that stood out to me is that like when you're a young femme and you like especially a young femme of color, and I'm gonna just stick to black because I'm pretty sure the girlie is black, there's just so many layers of respectability around that identity that I have just noticed, especially recently. Like I have a couple friends that are recently liberated from family and having to go to church and having to perform like they believe what they mama believe. And just the ways that I've noticed some of my friends, especially my deep dark skin friends, having to actively get free from their family system. Simply because that family system really thought that controlling them all these years was going to lead to them wanting to be around them for real when they really didn't have to be no more. And a lot of my friends are just choosing to be like, fuck it. I don't exist in this family no more. I'm not going to be a part of this family no more. And it's like, damn. Meanwhile, the family, the family just operating like, well, when you start operating like this or that, like you'll be worthy again. And it's like, that ain't the motherfucking lesson. Not Bible study and debate. I'm crying. It's just bizarre though, like how when a younger femme is engaging with sexuality or even just wanting to look a little bit more risque. Am I saying that like she's not thinking about the male gaze? Perhaps not. Perhaps she is. I don't care. I just think that we have to really hold that we don't own nobody body. That everybody body is their own. And if that girl feels like she want to dress like that, that is just fine. But I also think that we do live in a world where a lot of girlies who are young and sexualized at some point realize that that wasn't their fucking idea. So I'm gonna hold space for the fact that there are times where we see a young girlie doing stuff and we may think like she's wildin'. But for all we know, she was living like Gypsy Rose. Like for all we know, her mom told her she might get sick one day, or like that be happening a lot to people. It'd be blowing my mind, bitch, how much that happens to people, how much their family will put on them that they have a condition, or that they can't do this or that because of this or that, and it's just a means to control that child and make that relationship feel very survivalist and codependent. And so I don't know. It was just a very weird convo where they were talking about this little girl was dressing too grown, and it's like, don't get me wrong. Like I would really hope that at 18 years old, she is the one choosing to dress this way and desiring to be seen in this way. But I used to be 18 myself, and so when people are on social media, when men have access to look at girls who just turned 18, it can really blow up your whole shit. And I really feel like some of these girls that be going viral, I'm not trying to be shady when I say this, but I really wish we could all check collectively the algorithms. And it's not to shame the girls for having a male fan base, but it is to acknowledge that some of these girls that we see that are so famous is because men are desiring them and clicking on their shit and giving them that access. And I think about how there were some men on Tumblr that I was like really close with early on in my career. And yes, we're calling it a career, bitch. My life is a career. Capricorn stellium, just follow me. With that being said, there were moments where I remember thinking that like these men who were online talking to me were my friends, and it's only like 10 years later, like after falling out with them because I had fucking boundaries, or just falling out with them because what they were saying, what I was saying wasn't the same shit. Like, I really feel like when I started becoming more radical in my approach and communicating, there were a lot of people who were like, ooh, why is that light skinned bitch talking? I just like to look at her titties. No. And I really do feel like that's when things started going left for me, when the men couldn't jack off in peace. Honestly. Like, and I feel like, again, I know some people will not hold space for that reality for me, but that's okay. I just feel like I think about everything now in retrospect about, just certain content I was making, certain things I was talking about, and also the ways that, because I don't identify as a woman and because I do have a masculine energy, there are men that like really will try to hide like their gayness in a relationship with me. And I feel like that's another layer to this. It's like there are people who date femmes who are more masculine center because they are not ready to date a man, bitch. Like it's real. Like it's real. Like it's people out here, it's femmes right now not ready to date another femme, and so they'll fuck with a gay man and still get that aspect of femininity in the relationship and fuck other people. Like it's mad different. It's mad layers to queerness and gayness and sexuality, believe it or not. And yet we do not talk about it enough. It's very frustrating. Um, no, I feel like when in retrospect, when I was 18, I was dating someone 23, and I really wish somebody like loved me enough to be like, run girl, dead ass. Like I really genuinely wish that somebody was like, girl, he's grooming you. But if I'm being super candid, I don't think anybody could have said shit to me. As much as I wished that they would have, if I'm being so for real, I was so obsessed with that man. And I feel like I was only obsessed with him because, bitch, I was poor as hell my whole life. This was the first relationship where, shit, this was my first boyfriend, period. And this was not even just my first boyfriend. This was my first boyfriend. And this was my first boyfriend, and he had money. And I came from poverty. I ain't never had a boyfriend before, and here I am with a 23-year-old who is making six figures in the city I'm going to college in, and like seemingly, he's obsessed with me, and we're gonna be happy. But in retrospect, I think I was young as fuck, and he was old as fuck, and my mom, in retrospect, when I told her about him, I just remember her being happy that she could borrow money from me finally. Like, I hate to say that, but I feel like that's a big reason why I never got away from him, because, shit, my mom would be like, oh, can I borrow some money? And I'm over here trying to have a relationship with her. So I'm over here trying to, like, I'm over here trying to fuck with my mama again. And I really should have cut her ass off. But of course, like, me dating a fucking narcissistic man would put her back in my life in some fucking type of way. It's just like, babe, I hope y'all choose yourselves. Choose whatever brings you peace. Choose whatever makes you feel good as fuck. I pray y'all know where to get the good vibes, where they're at, where they're not. I pray that you tell people, no, this ain't hitting for me. I deserve better than this shit. I just really hope that you be on that type of time frame, because you are worth that. Real talk. Like, I'm so grateful for today, because even though things went left for me a lot, even though today was not the best day I ever had, I still did some good stuff. I still got some shit done. You feel me? Like, one of my babies got her jar, and I decorated it too. I got these like really pretty paint markers, and I just feel really proud of what I did for her. And I just can't wait to hear what she thinks. And then this other person, I was behind on their order, and then I couldn't find exactly what it is that they wanted, and so I had to be honest with them that, I fucked up. And then I wanted to make things right. I wanted to send 2 packages. I was like, babe, let me send something today, and then we're gonna regroup after you get that shit and get back to the main shit. Cause I just feel like I don't want to ever be the kind of bitch that's like, damn, I can't make it work, but I don't have no plan B. And I'm just grateful that my plan B works. I'm so fucking grateful, and I'm just so fucking happy that like things are coming together. Like this apartment's coming together. Um, Me and Dane's relationship coming together. Me learning boundaries and learning from mistakes coming together. Just a lot of shit coming together, babies. So just please know that I'm excited, but I also bullshitted and I didn't get my work done for yesterday. But I'm hoping tomorrow when I'm at work I can get some more work done. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like coming here just be helping me decompress, bitch, for real. Yo, financial abuse, for real, for real, for real. For real, for real, for real. Mm-mm-mm. I don't disagree. I do not fucking disagree. And that's the thing, like, I feel like that's what really, really, really sucks about being behind on orders or like just being behind in general. Is like that is not my intention, but that's what motherfuckers could be feeling. So I feel like that's the thing too. And I just feel like I'm building up my customer service skills because when you make a mistake as a business owner, you really don't want to be like engaging in like too much back and forth. Like you really want to just own it and like try to move forward with like whatever you can do. Like honestly, whatever you can do. And I'm just so fucking grateful that she heard me. And I'm so fucking grateful everything worked out. Like I'm really just excited like that she felt safe to like say like she needed exactly, and I was able to accommodate like I just feel like in real time I feel like all of my plant knowledge like really came into use. And I'm really excited about this week's sale, honestly. Like I'm doing a buy one get one for carts. I figured I would do them like 25, buy one cart for 25, get one free, or buy I want to say I was going to do I want to say I was going to do 10 for 10. I was 10 for 100. I think I was going to do that, so they're 10 a piece. Like if you buy 10 in bulk, it's just 10 a piece. So like I figured like there might be somebody out there who's buying with their friends, and then everybody just throwing 10 to get one. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions on price points and stuff because I really am trying to get better at having price points for people that like are down bad, bitch. Like at the end of the day, like I'm down bad as fuck. Like I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Like I pay $1 for weed, bitch. I done already told you I pay $1 per gram. So with that being, and sometimes I pay even less. Like to be honest with you, like if I pay $1 for a gram, sweetie, it was some good ass shit. I know you like, bitch. That's $28 for an ounce. I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I'm talking about Zaza, but yeah, like I'm trying to get the Zaza price down for real, cause I think I was doing $3 a gram, and I feel like I'm gonna still do that again. You gotta just hit me on Twitter. It's MARFMELLOW on X.com. I'm posting the menu tomorrow, hopefully. If not tomorrow day, tomorrow night for sure, bitch. Cause I get off at 7, so I'll have some time. But yeah, no, I was really trying to get my shit done to get today. But as I said, I got car broke down. Almost ain't make it to the post office. It was a lot, bitch. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. So I was like, you know what, bitch? Prioritize resting, washing your pussy. Like, just focus on some things that's gonna really change tomorrow. You feel me? Woo! Like, it's the way I need to cut my toenails, bitch. It's the way I need to cut my toenails. You hear me? Um, can I hang with that wax? Oh, I fuck with wax. I definitely fuck with wax. I definitely got dabs. And I got some infused pre-rolls that I'm about to put back on the menu because I found some that recently that were really tasty. But oh, my at on X is M as in Mary, ARFMELLOW. And again, like this is me just trying to share some of the plant knowledge I've gained. I'm living in a place where there are a lot of indigenous people who have shared abundantly, and so I'm able to share abundantly. Um, I'm really excited about the new plants that are coming, the new harvest. I'm really fucking excited actually. but I'm slightly terrified because there's so much work ahead. Like I think I was telling you, I want to come up with a grow kit because I think that people should be able to grow mushrooms on their own. Um, I've had the privilege of being able to cut my own fresh medicine, and there's just something about harvesting your own fresh mushrooms. It tastes so much better. On top of that, for those of y'all that have access to certain materials, if you're able to freeze dry your own magic mushrooms, that is the best way to consume them. One of my connects is cool with this like witches coven that's been adamant about that to the point where they bought a freeze dryer so that they could gift it so they could get their medicine done the right way. So I just want to put that out there. Listen, take your break, take your break. Do what feels right. Definitely not trying to come across as pushy or like needing anything. Like my vibe is very much if you hit me up, I hit you back when I can. I'm usually not like right up on the communication. But I usually like see your message and then try to figure out like if I can support, if I can help. Um, and for the most part, I just try to figure out like what your needs are as a client because that's my desire working with the plant medicine. Like, sure, I need money just like everybody else, but I would really love it as if I would really love if we could like collaborate on like what your needs are because there's a part of me that wishes I could go to school for a doc for like I there's a tiny part of me that wishes I could be a doctor just because I appreciate the idea of being a healer, of being someone that someone could turn to and ask questions and get support. But at the same time, I think about the ways that, like, we have healed each other, we're healing ourselves, and being a healer is, yeah, no, the taxes out here is bizarre, but I feel like for out here, it's not the worst. Again, I feel like the price point for weed is so low out here that I don't even think about the tax. That's how cheap it is out here. I really don't think about the taxes at all. That's why my price points are what they are, because it's like the tax don't really matter, because the break is on the fucking weed. Like if the weed was a little bit more expensive, I probably would worry about the tax, but it kind of low key evens out in the end. And I also think like the quality out here is so much because it's a college town. Like people come here for college and they smoke so much weed that it don't make sense to raise the prices. It's moving too quickly. It's moving so quickly that they be dropping the prices. So that's the other thing about it is like depending on where you live, like you just get spoiled. Like if you live in Cali, I'm not gonna say Cali don't got some good cheap weed, but I just feel like at that point, I just feel like on the West Coast they're more cultivars. Like they're more into like who grew it and where and what strain is this. And out here it's more like, how much money you got in your back pocket. You know what I mean? Like you want a sexy eighth or a little eighth. So again, I'm just trying to pass forward what I have out here. I'm trying to again seek suggestions on price points, boxes. You know what I mean? Like a Wendy's 4 for $4. You know what I mean? Like a 4 cart, 4 pre-roll, 4 packs of edibles, and I don't know what the last four would be. Somebody know. Somebody knows, but just some kind of shit like that. Like I'm just trying to make sure the squad good. I'm trying to make sure you're good. I'm trying to make sure Halloween good. Like that's the thing too. I feel like I need to make a Halloween menu, bitch. I think that's why I'm also stalling. Is like I'm trying to make that Halloween menu because I'm trying to just get the menu out for the rest of the month type shit. Like I'm not trying to be stressed the fuck out for the rest of this whole month. I'm trying to just make sure I got one menu until the 31st, and I feel like I'm gonna still ship on the 31st. Like I feel like I'm gonna still ship on Halloween, just for the hoes that might be out of town, might be doing their partying in November, because I know some girlies that be doing November Halloweens. Yeah, it really depends on what you're getting and who you know. Like one of my homegirls got a dude that be delivering the weed to the house still, and that shit make me laugh. Like she don't go to the dispensary at all. She literally only fuck with a dude that she got a call, and I'm like, that is so funny. But it's old school. I feel like I just kind of got tired of that, cause I'm a fiend bitch, and I know my dealer hate me. Like that's just the thing. Like my dealer just I never got a dealer that liked me, bitch, and I feel like that's the thing that hurts, cause I buy a lot of weed. I ain't never had a good dealer that was cool as fuck ever, and that shit sucks. I never had no cool dealer. They all wanted to fuck me or just rob the fuck out of me, bitch. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but you know what though? I learned from them, bitch. I'll just say that. I learned from them and how not the fuck to be, cause my God, there ain't nothing like the creepy plug. It's like, bitch, now I want some weed. Miss Ivy, I'm crying. Yeah, no, they were perceiving the fuck out of you tonight, babe. I get it. I get it for sure. But Miss Ivy, I'm glad you came through. Thanks for being here. It's a pretty name. You used to live in Cali. Okay, yeah, I read that. My bad. But yeah, no. I appreciate. But yeah, as I was saying, come on. Hey, it's back. It's back. It's back. I think I'm gonna get a writ of possession probably on Friday. So, I think then I get like 3 days. Like I think I might get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then that's when the people gonna come. Hey boo, what up, Yaya? But yeah, I don't know when the police is coming. I don't know. I know that like my new apartment may be ready on the 18th, but I'm trying to figure out like if it's the second floor or not, cause I walk hard as hell, and I already told the management company I don't want to be. Oh, what is that? Tell me more. But I don't want to be that loud, flat-footed neighbor upstairs from you. That's annoying. Like I low-key got a neighbor. I don't know what's going on, but sometimes I be in the bathroom. That motherfucker be stomping. I don't know who live up there right now, but they be stomping, bitch. And I'm so grateful that's in the bathroom and not over the bedroom. That shit is crazy. Do I stream fulfillment? It depends. Like I feel like usually no. Only because I feel like it's not as glamorous. You know what I mean? Like I'm wearing gloves and a hairnet. Like I'm literally trying to just keep it as sterile as possible. And then on top of it, I feel like the packing process is fucking hilarious, honestly. Like tonight we had to hit the dispensary to go get the last piece of something, and I'm over here trying to pack shit at the damn box looking crazy, but it was like fuck it. Like it was like I said, we got our car broke down, so I had to do everything hours later. And so by the time we were able to, bitch, we were in the dispensary the last 2 minutes of it closing. The fact that we were able to get that shit out is a miracle, truly. So there's times where it just be so fucking insane. I mean, I feel you, but I don't make everything. I feel like I make very little things. Like I feel like I basically put honey in the blender. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. Like I put honey in a blender with some mushrooms, and that shit came out. That's literally all I do is I put honey and mushroom in a blender. I've been thinking about getting back into making chocolate, but I don't know if it's worth it. Just because I feel like you really want to use dark chocolate, and I hate dark chocolate. It's just not for me, bitch. I'm a milk chocolate bitch, but there's a part of me that feels like maybe I could like mix like condensed milk and fluff together and do like a swirl with the dark chocolate. So it's not completely dark chocolate, if that makes sense. But I know that's gonna break the relationship slightly with the mushrooms, so I would have to make it very strong. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan. I mostly just do gummies. I have like chocolate covered fucking mini Oreos. There's peanut butter cups. There's caramel, like little chocolate caramels. Then there's just regular caramels, like sea salt caramels. There's M&Ms. Um, cotton candy. I wanna say savory and sweet pretzels. Cookies, popcorn. I think that might be it. There's honey. There's like infused honey, THC honey, and then there's also tincture, and then there's I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? RSO. I think there's also like a mint tincture that's really nice too, because the tinctures come in flavors. I want to say there's a grape, a mint, a strawberry lemonade, a peach, a lemon. Yeah, there's M&Ms. Yeah. Oh, I don't make them. As I said, I don't make everything. But the M&Ms are 1 milligram per piece, and they come in tens or hundreds. But they're pretty nice. Like if you have a higher tolerance, I find that these hit like very middle of the road, like antidepressant slash energy kind of vibe. Like it's definitely uplifting as fuck. But yeah, no, like I said, I just be putting honey in a blender with some mushrooms. That's the most I do. I made candy bars a couple times. They sold okay, but it wasn't worth it in the end. And I also think like my friend who makes the better ones, who makes like the Willy Wonka gold ones, hers are better than mine, so it don't make sense for me to do that shit. That's not my calling. I also tried to do capsules for a little bit, but that shit was very tedious. Like I really wish I got the hang of that shit, cause that would be a move. But it's fine. You know, you're not gonna be able to make everything, bitch. I just had to hold that as a business owner. That's why you gotta have good relationships with people that love to make the shit, because then you know you'll be in a right relationship. But don't try to take on too much as the business owner, bitch. Like there's some shit you know how to do, some shit you can learn. It's some shit that's not your wheelhouse, and just knowing that is okay. And so I'm gonna just hold that. I do not know how to do everything, and that's just fine. I'm grateful for that. But yeah, no, I really want to get them grow kits going, because I'm just tired of people not having access to fresh medicine. Like the dried mushroom is nice, but there's nothing like eating a fresh mushroom. And I pray that y'all get that access at some point, because the mushrooms have really changed the bitch life. Really got me really just sitting with my feelings, allowing psychic downloads. That's why I like this strain that I recently creamed, the Louis Vuitton. That one is just, whew, that mental acuity, bitch. But it's a little dangerous because low key, it's just hard to like really play a fool. Like if motherfuckers is really playing in your face and you gotta, and your life depends on you pretending with them, don't do this. Bro, this is the mushroom for the bitches that want to be main characters and free. This is the anti people pleaser one. This is the actually I don't really like how you're addressing me. You're gonna need to fix that if you want to keep on communicating with me one. Like it's the actually I'm gonna set that boundary. Yeah, cause I'm not gonna be mad later. Cause I'm mad right now. I'm not gonna get madder. This situation ain't about to get me more mad. Nope. Nope. I'm taking my space now. I would say I would go for a sativa. I feel like depending on how your anxiety goes, I would probably suggest like a strain like mimosa, or maybe a super lemon haze. Actually, maybe not a super lemon haze. Maybe something good, or a blue dream. But pay attention to what kind of strain you got with the blue dream, because sometimes blue dream is actually a hybrid. It's not a sativa. So there's two different blue dream families, if that makes sense. And one of them is female, one of them is no, they're both female, excuse me. But one of them is like a mutation of blue dream, and it comes across more hybrid and body and sexual. And then there's one that's like crack cocaine, like that bunk, for real. Anxiety is high, I wouldn't even fuck with a sativa then. I would fuck with apple fritter. I would fuck with jealousy, gelato 33. I would fuck with a strain that has anti-anxiety with it, as well as uplifting property. So just consider that. I think gelato 33, um, Candyland, orange creamsicle low key might be your rider though. Like orange creamsicle is a bad bitch for anybody who has bad anxiety, or just has like bad depression, bad racing thoughts. Just like if your mind just be feeling like a unfriendly place, the orange creamsicle is a bad bitch. The strawberry cough, that's another one for the anxiety girls that need energy. The strawberry cough, oh, she is so tasty. She is so fucking tasty. You said you're doing mushroom for the first time next week. Hey! Don't forget firesideproject.org. That's a peer-led hotline to call in or text when you're having a bad trip or a good trip. They're cool people. They want to hear about the trip regardless of how it's going. But if you're having a hard time, make sure to call the hotline for the fireside. project.org. You can talk to them through the app, excuse me, through the website, through text. So you don't have to worry about trying to talk on the phone when you're on drugs bad as fuck. You can just keep that number in your phone, program it as the mushroom helpers or the psychedelic helpers, or the hotline if things get strange. Just put it in your phone so that you have it, because I would really hate for y'all to be on drugs and feeling down bad. I don't have the number on me, so you want to go to firesideproject.org. That way you can put the number in your phone, and you can also get more access to resources, because the firesideproject.org is just one, but they're working with multiple people. But it's not a phone number. Phone number. I want to say it's one of those like text app numbers. It's like four numbers or five. That's why I don't remember it. But it's one of those like 5 or 6 digit codes, so that way you could text or call. Heard you. Listen, if you and your friend are really close and have a good relationship, I'm really hoping that it only deepens the connection. But one thing I would suggest when you're taking mushrooms with a friend, is to make sure that there's a room for both of y'all to go somewhere and be alone, and make sure that there's space for both of y'all to kind of do whatever you want to do. Break out of, like, maybe hanging out together, because that's one thing about mushrooms is you could be doing it with your friend, and then all of a sudden you want to go be alone, or all of a sudden may need some space, or they may need some space. So just try to remember like how much space is around both of you, and where you can go to get some space to be with yourself and be with the plant. And also, if possible, make sure that you have food. You want to remember set and setting. You want to remember to like set yourself up for success by having some good snacks. If it's a hot day, maybe have some fans, but also some blankets just in case it gets cold. Just consider that, like, when you're on the mushroom, it may be hard to remember that you're a person who needs to eat and use the bathroom. That happens to a lot of us. Mushrooms really does take you out of your body needs and puts you in like alignment on some psychological, psychic shit. And so it can be hard sometimes to like really feel connected to the body. And I've definitely seen people have a trip that turns bad because they didn't have snacks around them. And they were very hungry, but they were so high they couldn't break their fast quick enough. So, if possible, I would have things like fruit on hand and nuts, but I'd also have heavier things like donuts or cookies or cake, because the mushroom is going to move through your system pretty quickly, depending on how empty you are already. And I do suggest like eating something like a banana, a kiwi, a mango, like just something to kind of ground your stomach, but also not take away from its acidity. And I would suggest also having something around you that will allow you to kind of get back to good. So for me, I usually have a playlist of songs that just, again, put me in a great mood, uplift me. If you're feeling like you can't listen to anything you already listened to, you're feeling like you need to seek something out, maybe have your YouTube already pulled up. Maybe have a speaker already connected to the Bluetooth. Of course. Um, Maybe also, as I said, think about rooms that are darker, rooms that are lighter. There are times where when you're on the mushroom, the dark can seem kind of scary, um, or but also lights can feel kind of overwhelming. So I find on mushrooms, for me, I usually need like a little light on somewhere in the background, and then I can kind of be okay. Like right now, I probably wouldn't be good if I was on mushrooms, because that big light is so annoying, and that fucking light right here just so fucking annoying. And so again, when you're on mushrooms, you can start to get frustrated by something. You can start to feel a lot of feelings bubble up. Some mushrooms can really unleash some of the things that are like in our mind out of our mouth. We might actually start to find our words. Me too. I hate the big light so bad. But I also feel like you want to make sure your space is a little cleaner. Mushrooms can be overwhelming if you're in a dirty space, or if there's any dirt anywhere. I find that mushrooms just like finds a way to hyper focus on dirt, and grime and grit. And I feel like if you are in a dirty space, it's gonna make you clean it. Like, it's very much like a reset vibe. I find a lot of times, like, it really just kind of makes you check yourself a little bit. Trying to think what else. Um, if it's possible, have snacks everywhere you could possibly be, just so you don't have to like run to this one spot to get snacks. Like if you're able to keep some snacks on you in a backpack, if you're gonna be getting, into the mushroom and the house, just make sure that there's snacks in every room. I find that you really never know when you realize, like when you finally realize, like, oh, the trip is turning because I'm hungry, it may be really far gone. So just keep in mind that once you're on the trip, to kind of regulate it, to kind of check it at times, you may need to throw some grapes in there. You may need to, eat a little bit of mango or a honeydew. Like you may need to put something in your stomach. And as I said, if you go towards plant based, it's going to bring you back to earth very gently, like a feather floating through space, slowly getting back to earth. But the more carbs, the more dairy meat that you eat, the faster you are careening back to earth. And so I want you to consider that if you're a vegan, a vegetarian, this medicine is going to hit you stronger. It just is. If you eat vegan or vegetarian the week before you do it, the medicine is going to hit you stronger. If you eat vegan or vegetarian that day or the day before, it's going to hit you stronger. It loves plants. It's plant. And see, that's the thing. If you're doing mushroom chocolate, like dark chocolate, I would say remember, like, don't fuck with dairy too much. Like dairy does interrupt the acidity. Like if you ever mix like fucking milk and orange juice, like you see how it looks. Like that's what's happening in your stomach if you ever like try to have a mushroom in there and a dairy. It's gonna disrupt it. It's gonna make it kind of coagulate and get real gross. So just consider like what you're eating before you take the mushroom. The mushroom really loves fruits, vegetables, broth, like a miso soup kind of situation. But mushroom is super into anything light that is not going to be too heavy on the stomach. Anything heavier on the stomach is going to make the mushroom take a longer time to process. But I think one of my favorite ways to do mushrooms is to eat the fruit and then get like a smoothie. I really love this one. It's called like pineapple stomach or pineapple like gut health or something, gut support. And it's like Greek yogurt, which I'm gonna be real with you. As I said about the thing about the dairy, it does disrupt it, but the yogurt, the acidity in the yogurt is helpful. So I feel like asterisk for Greek yogurt, asterisk for what is that, cottage cheese, asterisk for, yeah, I think those are the only two that I can asterisk. Um, anything. I mean, I don't think sorbet has cream in it. But what I'm basically trying to get at is the only real creamy stuff you can do is yogurt. Exactly, exactly, exactly. The probiotics in yogurt, the acidity in yogurt, it's really good for the gut health. But because you're drinking it and you're taking the mushrooms, I feel like it does boost it. Then the acidity in the pineapple. So there's a lot of acidity in that drink. But there's also, the balancing. Even though the yogurt's acidic, it still has a creaminess to it. And so what I'm basically trying to offer is you can get a smoothie from anywhere. You don't have to get a specific type, but you want to just pay attention. Like a avocado smoothie is better than a smoothie with a lot of dairy in it. Like even if you're using yogurt, or Greek, even if you're using Greek yogurt, yes, it is a little lighter on milk fat. That's true, and that's what would disrupt the effects, like all that acidity in there, that is what keeps that relationship with the mushroom. Because what's happening is the mushroom itself, if you were to put that mushroom on a hamburger, with cheese and bacon, you would probably still get some effects. But one thing about the mushroom is that once it's allowed to be altered by the acid, which if you ate a hamburger, there might be some acid in the pickle. So maybe if the mushroom is put right on top of the pickle, you might get a bigger trip than you think. Even the pickle being in your stomach with the mushroom is gonna do something. But what I'm trying to offer is that if you're the person who is, let's say when you wake up in the morning, you do like a bacon, egg, and cheese, a French toast. Like on a morning when you're doing mushrooms, I would suggest just making yourself a smoothie, or making yourself something really interesting, like maybe a savory oatmeal, or maybe a super healthy oatmeal that has honey in it and berries. Like I would go for something that's filling but is from the earth as much as possible, especially when you're gonna do mushrooms, because it only makes the mushroom fuck with you more. The more meat and dairy in your system, the mushroom is gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna be real, because it can't pull nothing from it. Mushrooms need acid. What's the most acidic thing that we eat? I don't really eat acidic meat. Not saying there's no lemon chicken breast, that can't hit for you. Like you could probably do a lemon chicken breast and still be Gucci and get something from it. But the strongest high you're going to get is when you take that mushroom in its raw form and put it in a lemonade, a Sprite, a mandarin Harito, like anything with acidity in it that is made from some sort of plant extracted oil, acid, that is going to be your best bet. So you could get some tonic water and make yourself a fresh pineapple soda and put the mushroom in there right on the bottom, bitch. Make it look beautiful. That's just fine. You could also powder the mushroom by grinding it up in either a weed grinder, which I would buy a fresh one, or if you don't want to go as brick and mortar, you can just put it in your Ninja blender. You can blend the dry mushroom and turn it into dust. And once you do that, you can add it to honey. And then you can add that honey to anything, an acai bowl. You can add it to oatmeal. You can add it to a mixed drink. Again, you don't have to do a tonic water. You could do a Topo Chico, bitch. You could do, what is it? You could do a shit, you could take a lemon, slice it up, put it in sugar, and make a lemon syrup and mix that with some water. Regular ass water and some ice. And put the mushroom in there. Let it sit for a moment. Yeah, I just feel like again, if your diet is ramen noodles, chicken nuggets, steaks, brats, ribs, don't be discouraged. But if that's your typical diet, I would say before you take the mushroom, when you wake up in the morning, take that dookie, take that hungry man dinner dookie, take that hamburger helper dookie. I'm not trying to roast you. But I'm saying you want to get that shit out your system, literally. Like you want to take that bacon dookie and just make sure that you don't take that mushroom till your stomach growls. That's what I would say. Wait until your stomach tells you it's hungry. That's when you prepare your mushroom, not a moment before. Because the thing about it is when you eat meat and dairy, your stomach be thinking it's full, bitch, whole time. It's just processing the shit. Like some of us be feeling full, bitch, be feeling good, and our body going through a lot of shit, just trying to break that shit down, just trying to pass that shit through. So just keep that in mind that like some of us when we eat some grapes when we first wake up, our stomach be feeling good as hell. Go towards that. Whatever you know stabilizes you, because that's another thing too. You want to make sure you're taking good dookies before you take the mushroom. If your stomach already fucked up, you have IBS and shit like that, babe, just pay attention to what's going on down there, okay? Pay attention. If it's a flare up day, maybe chill. Cause the thing about it is, if you have a little bit of stomach issue, a little bit of IBS, you might fuck around and eat that mushroom and shit it out in an hour. Didn't even get to process. Blueberries, blackberries, any berry. Berries are great. The mushroom loves all fruits. Every fruit is bomb, but I don't think blueberry has too much acidity. It has some sour notes to it, but I don't know if that's acid really. But again, you could add whatever fruit you want. The mushroom gonna love it, but the mushroom really, really, really loves lemon so much, loves pineapple so much, loves kiwi so much, banana so much. I know some people would think a banana's not acidic, but a banana has chitinase in it, as does a kiwi and a pineapple, and an avocado. And what chitinase is an enzyme that breaks down the outside of mold and fungus. And so it developed this over many years because these fruits and veggies grow in a high fungal climate. Ginger as well. Ginger as well. Yeah, ginger grows in a high fungal climate as well, and also has chitinase in it as well. So with that being said, all mushrooms, every mushroom, it has chitin. That's what makes the outside of the mushroom so strong and sturdy. It's the chitin, it's the cell wall, it's the skin of the mushroom, it's the bones of the mushroom rather, or yeah, the container that holds it in place. The shape of the mushroom is the chitin. And so, with that being said, once we eat those fruits mentioned, the kiwi, the banana, the pineapple, or the avocado, our stomach becomes full of not just acid to break down everything, but we get a boost of the chitinase to really tear apart that mushroom and really get into it. And so I would suggest, if possible, going for a plantain. If you're more of a plantain over a banana girly, that's fine. Either or. But both of those do contain chitinase, and you're able to, as I said, have a more productive trip. That's a little bit more stabilized because that fruit's kind of starchy. I feel like all the fruits mentioned have like a little bit of there's thickness to it. There's a lot like if you've ever eaten a lot of pineapple, there's a fullness you can achieve with that. And so, with that being said, don't be discouraged from using soy products. Don't be discouraged from making yourself some like fried tofu. That's just fine. But pay attention to what you're doing. You know, if you're adding a lot of panko, that's going to slow you down. It's not going to let you go so fast. And so, with that being said, if you want to get the highest, or if you want to get the most potent boost from the medicine, you absolutely want to start with a Milo's lemonade and just throw the mushroom in there and watch it turn blue. And I feel like that's just the way to like start your journey. Any kind of very clear or lighter lemonade, put the mushroom in there. Once you see it turn blue, you're ready. And mushrooms and weed are actually like very connected. I describe some mushrooms in weed terminology. Like some mushrooms have a sativa kick, some mushrooms have a very indica body high. Some have both. Some have a hybrid way of operating. Some are arousing. Some of them I can kind of feel the linalool. I can feel the body relaxing, the muscles relaxing, the eyes kind of getting heavy. Like there's just so many layers to how the mushroom interacts with us. But I feel like, as I was saying about the strain that I recently added to the honey, it's called Louis Vuitton. I feel like that one is very sativa. It's very sativa and cerebral. It's very mental. I think that body wise, I don't notice her. I don't feel anything special in my body, but mentally, this mushroom feels like taking a snort of Adderall and maybe a bit of like peyote or mescaline or something. Like it just feels like, whew, like it's very potent and very heady, very heady. This mushroom is not one that I feel makes me feel any kind of sexual way or any kind of desirable way. But it does make me turn thoughts over my brain in a way that feels kind of like very bizarre. Like there's just times where at this point I find myself just kind of stuck a bit in thoughts and laughing about it, but at the same time, stuck. And then at other times, speeding through thoughts, really able to string things together. And then other times, just adrift and grateful for that. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been microdosing with it recently, and I love it. I really do love this mushroom so much because I feel like it's helping me like really understand that I don't understand. And like actually be okay with it. Like I feel myself like just holding my own hand and being like, this is okay. Like, it's all right that you don't understand everything. Nobody would ask anybody of that. Nobody would ask that of anyone. You know, it would be so silly to ask someone to know everything. So silly. And so I just find myself in a more capable brain space, seemingly. Like, I'm able to kind of like get myself over some shit versus having to turn to community for everything. Not saying I can't turn to community, just saying that there's moments where I'm able to put stuff in my own hands and it feels good. Um, Clearing thoughts. I feel like it offers you the ability to connect like old shit. Like I feel like one thing that I read about mushrooms is that it offers like cognitive repair. And so I truly believe in our minds, like the synapses kind of move like bridges between parts of the brain. And I think I read that like for people who have autism and ADHD, like we have some bridges that never died, and so we actually have way more bridges in our mind than other people, and at the same time we struggle to like create new bridges. And so there's a lot of times where we may look back and think how we were more flexible when really we were people pleasing. And a lot of our memories or a lot of our bridges allow us to keep people pleasing, allow us to keep on walking backwards in like our intention and our desire and our true authenticity walk backwards. And so I believe that like the mushroom has kind of allowed me to stand still when I might have wanted to regress and be like, oh no, it's fine. And stand in the thank you for apologizing or thank you for acknowledging like crossing my boundary. Like being able to stand in it and acknowledge that I have a place here. It's not something I've always felt. Like I've definitely like hoped that that was true, and I know that that sounds kind of however it sounds, but I definitely hoped that I wasn't fucked up completely for a long time. And I think that unfortunately, for a lot of us, I think that that just speaks to how bad like it was, like how much we actually are in pain, how much we actually like took on some of that energy from the person that harmed us, like how much we don't believe we're worthy of a new story, a new chapter. Um, those are things that I don't feel anymore about myself. Like I don't feel like I don't deserve good things. But there definitely was a time where I felt like, I deserved to suffer. I deserved to be punished. That like there must be some reason why I just like didn't get these things or this kind of care and compassion. And at this point it's like, oh, there was no point. And I don't want to spend too much time thinking about things that there was no point to. But I do want to think about how I never want to go there again. And how I don't want to put anyone else there. And so I don't know. I think that mushrooms has really helped me remember that I deserve it and you deserve it too. And I think that that's a hard thing to think all the time in our world. Like sometimes we really feel like people don't deserve what they're getting because we didn't get what we deserved. And we can be projecting on people. We can be very jealous and not acknowledging how human that is. Like it's actually really reasonable to feel jealousy when like you're not getting your needs met, but we're always shaming ourselves for not being happy for people. When I think two things can be true. I think that maybe you're not ready to be happy for people because bitch you're unhappy. And I think it's also real that like you don't know what the fuck to do about that yet. Like I just feel like I'm allowing myself to feel all my feelings and think all my thoughts. And again, people pleasing is not just, oh yeah, I'll do that for you. It's also, oh yeah, I'll hold on to this relationship mentally, emotionally, spiritually, even though it's harming me in the real in the 3D, showing up real fucking energy vampiric, but I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Like I think about how like so many femmes start off the sentence with I don't want to be mean. And then we explain how we're actually holding back something that's important to be shared, and like people could benefit from us saying no more, you know? Like at this point there's a part of me that wants to be mean because it's like I don't think we've ever been it. Like as much as we're worried about being it, I don't know. But I'm just listen, Nathan, I hear you. It's hard. It's hard. You know what, Miss Ivy, I'll say this. The mushroom doesn't allow you to like play yourself like that. Like if you're failing, bitch, like let's talk about it. Like I just feel like again, there's not one topic really at this point that I was shy away from communicating on. And I could not say that 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, even 5 years ago I couldn't have said that. I couldn't have said it, and it's scary because again, um, I think about how certain conversations we're so worried about having them that there's so many thoughts that we don't get to have because we're not having conversation around certain topics. Like there's just so much limit in certain ways, but I feel like I'm rambling at this point a bit, but I just want to say thank y'all for just spending time with me and hanging out and allowing me to be a full person. Because, again, I don't purport to know more than anybody. I think I just be listening and trying to share what I've heard. But if my offerings aren't appreciated, that's real. Like I think that that's one of the most beautiful things is that like people are allowed to be like, I don't fuck with this and go. Think about times where you were real like where you really needed to say like this ain't for me. And you did. And wow, like, well, didn't things shift? Didn't you start realizing how easy it was to just like choose you? And so, I don't know. I think that it's just important for us to remember like this internet shit is real life. And I remember a time where we used to say the internet wasn't real life, and it's sad because I think that in some ways, I think it's insane. But in other ways, it's kind of exciting. And I think about how sometimes Facebook will tell me that it's your birthday, and I will forget every year until that year, right? And I might forget next year, but I think that that's really cool. And I know some people might think it's not important, but I know that I have had people reach out to me on my birthday, and we never speak. But the internet finds ways to remind us of people, places, things in such strange ways. And I think that instead of like hating on technology or the internet, I'm gonna choose to remember all the good things that have happened because we dared to like go into a computer lab or upload a picture of ourselves and allow ourselves to be perceived. I think that that's such a beautiful thing that we've been doing, but I do think that like right at this moment, I think that there are a lot of younger people living on the cloud and the escapism run rampant. It's just so obvious. But again, I don't ever want to be a part of a world where people are escaping and being like, why are y'all leaving? Like, that seems emotionally unintelligent. I actually understand exactly why people are leaving, why people sit in a chair, a gaming chair, with their eyes glued to a fucking projector in the ceiling for hours. Like, I get it. Like, it's why I would lose days of my life playing as an entire town of people in Sims 4. Like, it's because that there's a suspension of all the realities that are happening at this moment. So I say all this to say, do not shame yourself for having fun on the internet. Don't shame yourself for making a fool of yourself on the internet. Don't shame yourself for playing video games for mad long. Bitch, if you were supposed to be present during this, it probably wouldn't hurt so bad. So, I just want you to know, like, your lack of presence at times, baby, that is self preservation. You don't owe any of us to bear witness consistently, you know? I think we're constantly being bombarded with so much information that it is extremely hard to stay on top of everything. It is okay that you didn't know that there was a hurricane. It's okay that you didn't know that this or that was happening. You're not behind, bitch. It's too much news. Trust me. Trust me, it's too much motherfucking news. And as much as I am glad that we know that people are suffering in certain places, I am also holding in real time that there is such an invisibility of suffering at times. When we talk about certain suffering, certain pain, it just feels like there's never a way to say it all. And I sit with the way that people are operating for Palestine, and I know that we're not done, but I see how much energy people have for, you know, just the way Israel is operating. But man, you would really look at America and think that America was a cool place to live. The way people just singling out Israel. Again, I don't want to go too deep because baby, I just rolled this hoe up. Oh my god, I almost burnt my coochie. But yeah, I'm gonna probably dip out because bitch, I already said Schmalestein, and you know how they be when you be saying it. Yes, that's true. You know what? Ivy, I appreciate you too. Thank you so much for just even being here and appreciating my advice at all. Um, yo, the mental game. The mental game. The mental game. You're right, Nathan. Just thank you for being here, Nathan. We appreciate you because you was really going in. But yeah, no, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. And again, like there's moments where people be talking about Palestine, and I'd be like, damn, y'all got energy for direct actions. I'm not gonna lie, bitch. There's just moments, and I know again, I feel like I wanna just just punch in real quick and say two things can be true at once. Schmalestein needs help. Anti-blackness is still eating motherfuckers up here. I feel like both can be happening at the same time, and we can focus on both. And it's frustrating because it really feels like we live in some Power Ranger ass motherfucking world where it be the monster of the day ain't never anti-blackness, bitch. But it is, but it ain't. Cause what's happening in Palestine is anti-blackness as well. Like, babe, but motherfuckers don't want to talk about it. Like at the end of the day, that is how white can be supreme. That's how white supremacy, that's what white supremacy is banking on. That's why it's called that. That's why it's propped up on pain and death and destruction and colonization. Like they must lie about supremacy. They must put themselves falsely above all, especially nature, in order for this to exist. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. That like this world could only get to a point where it could even be doing what it's doing over there because of what it's done. And so that's the bigger fucking conversation. But we stay taking small bites of this motherfucking racism pie. Of course not, Jalen. I'm fucking anti-black. Like my existence is anti-black. My motherfucking my proximity to blackness is anti-black. Like at the end of the day, like I'm holding that, as a non-black person, anti-blackness is what we're always talking about. White supremacy, colonization. We're talking about uh, being exploited and extracted from. Those are things that are not just from white people. There are brown people who are colonizers. And it's sad because you really wonder, what are you getting for this? But that's just the thing. White supremacy will always have somebody brown think that it makes sense that white people are doing what they're doing. Like it really needs us, and that's something that is not talked about enough. That the system needs a docile, light-skinned people who are lighter skinned and mixed and not connected to the tribal system of race in a particular way. The both sides got problems, head ass people. Trust me. I mean, Max, when people was, I feel like luxury culture took a surge because everybody was home during the pandemic. And I just genuinely feel like Americans, we consumers, we have been built to watch ads and buy every damn thing. And so I truly believe during COVID there was a big pressure to like make your house like a safe place. And just the ways that our government had no plans for us. It was very much giving extinction event. So I really do think that a lot of people said, well, if I'm going to die, bitch, I'm going to die with some Gucci. Like, I hate to say that, but I really do think that some people really thought, like, if this is the end of Earth, like, I'm going to take myself on out of here in the most fly fashions. And in ways, I I empathize because I really feel like that's my politic. Like I'm very much like I don't know when the fuck I'm going to leave this motherfucker. So yeah, I'm gonna get me that motherfucking that fish plate. Certainly am. Like I don't know when life about to end. I'm gonna get me that picture of a prickly pear margarita and I'm gonna put a straw in it. Absolutely. I'm gonna get me a pitcher with a straw in it. Absolutely. Because I don't know what's coming next, girl. We don't know. We really don't know. And so that's why I'm trying to offer that, like, revolution pending survival. Who knows what's gonna happen tomorrow, babe? Who knows? So, as far as I'm concerned, it's just important for us to just remember that we're not gonna always get it right. We certainly don't know what to do, and that is not our problem. Our problem is that we don't know how to talk to each other to strategize. And it's unfortunate because we all on the same fucking internet. Like, that's the thing that blows me. The colonizer got us all on the same motherfucking, we on the same checkerboard, and we could communicate with each other so good, and we'd be really cussing each other out, leaving death threats, sending videos talking about I'm gonna get your ass. Like, it's like, damn, we finally, like, do you ever think about that? Like, bitch, on some Tower of Babel type shit. Like, we are finally all able to speak one language. We have translation apps and everything, and we still can't get it right. I'm telling y'all, there is just something so wild about that to me. But again, I look at some of the petty bullshit we be fighting about, and it's like, how is that? Jalen, I get you for sure. I really want to know what the moon sign is, cause and the rising, cause I got a Taurus rising and a Sag moon, so I know why I have a problem buying things. Like, I know why I have a pleasure addiction. I see my maximalista energy. I definitely see where that's coming from. Like, I have a Capricorn stellium, so I'm gonna steal some of it, but my God, you know what I mean? My God, like some of the things I'd be wanting, I'd be like, my goodness, like I can't steal it all, girl. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. But one thing that's cool about living in this time is that we're able to get access to therapy language. I feel like that's one of the most beautiful things is that a lot of therapists have realized like we cannot afford this. And so they started writing newsletters, they started writing magazines or zines, they started publishing like some of these content creators are therapists who realized that people would listen to them talk about therapy, talk about concepts that they learned from higher education that are get kept behind thousands of dollars in paywall, and oftentimes get kept behind insurance, which a lot of people just can't afford or even justify affording. So I just want to say that's something that I'm really grateful for on the internet. Like, as much as we say the internet crazy place, it's like, but on the internet, I have been a part of groups where people were talking about, hey, I don't know where I'm gonna get a bed from, and somebody said, well, I got a bed. Where do you need me to drop it off? Like, that's the thing about it, is like there are places that are like heaven on the internet. There are places in real life. I've been there, and I feel like that's just the thing about it. Is like, you could be on the internet and watch somebody, and all they're showing you is how the fuck they bought some shit. That's it. They're just showing you how to buy stuff, and then you watch other people on the internet, and you could tell they don't have too much, but they have so much more, and yeah, it's such a mind fuck. Like, you can watch people on the internet all fucking day do all types of shit, and it could do nothing for you, or it could do a lot. You really don't know. Love, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Honestly, I had a fucking annoying ass day today. Today was fucking goofy as fuck. I would not trade today for any other day in my life because I pray there's only one like this shit. It was really goofy. Mm. Yes, TikTok and Instagram. How are you doing though? How are y'all? TikTok and Instagram have made it more accessible to have therapy language and access to therapy community, and I'm appreciating that for sure. But I'm also, child, too much. Like, I couldn't even start over this whole video. But trust me, like, this is at least 4 hours worth of content on here because my ass was tired and through today. I got dragged by a whole community. Well, no, I shouldn't even do all that. I got dragged by two motherfuckers. Like, but it felt like a community, bitch, because they was really coming in bad faith, and it was just very bizarre. Like, a white bitch tried to tell me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and I was just saying things when I said safety's not real and that we need to communicate with each other to figure out what safety looks like. Because, if I'm talking to one of my friends, safety to that friend is not having to walk mad long distances to achieve very short term goals. There's things that make people feel unsafe or uneasy or like they can't say no. And we have to be preemptive at times with certain folk. Like, I have friends in my life right now that I know they don't have no car just like me, but they're not a get it type bitch. They're not going to just hop on a bus or hop in an Uber. Like, they need more, concrete plans. And that's part of being friends with those folks, is acknowledging that loving them correctly is being mindful of the limitations of their finances, their schedule, maybe even their experience with their family. Like, I just want y'all to know, like, we don't know how to love each other or even treat each other right. We don't know. Just like how I don't know what you need. I don't know. But I truly believe that if we are committed to being in community with each other, that there must be times where we can ask. There must be times where we can bother to ask or bother to call or bother to check in. And so I feel like that right there, that convo about how we actually need to, consent to sharing what safety looks like. Because I may not want you to know what safety is for me. I may not value a connection with you. And that is real too. And I think that I wish we could just live there together. That, like, it really takes a lot to build community. And I don't mean that to be discouraging. I mean that to acknowledge that you must show up in a particular way, or else you may be harming people. And these folks were not interested. They really felt like motherfuckers was just like saying stuff. Whole time, I'm really offering an opportunity to share their own thoughts. And a lot of them kept talking about they was going to leave the group and run away. Like, the fight or flight was triggered bad and nobody said anything. Not one person in that group had any emotional intelligence to say something in the group about what was happening. Nobody really had any empathy for me. It was very bizarre. And I'm over here getting dragged. And I'm trying to stay reasonable with everybody. And everybody just acting a fool. That's the thing that sucked. Somebody else literally reiterated what I said, and people were acting like this person, this trans masculine person, just was so much more enlightened than me, and it would just like had me sitting here like, what the fuck? Like, it was just insane. It just felt like people in that group were trying to deny me just like any kind of like just any kind of acknowledgement. And then when they finally were acknowledging me, they were like just dragging the shit out of me and like making me feel like I was like the worst admin ever. And it's like, bitch, I don't even do anything in this group. I barely talk. Like, I literally just add people to the group and then go back to my business. So it just felt very bizarre to be offering that, safety's not real. And they were like, yeah, bitch, we're about to prove it. It was just like, it wasn't a challenge, guys. Like, I just was offering an observation. Whew. And then for the fucking trans masculine person to fucking reiterate what I say and for people to talk about their understanding it now. Okay. It's like they really tried to fucking villainize me because I said not y'all not I was like not the man said it better with the fucking emoji, like the crying emoji, like, and motherfuckers really tried to play like I really dragged them, and like they were like, I'm not a man. They were like, I'm just as much of a man as you, with a whole beard. And I'm like, sir, like your pronouns say he, him. Like, I'm not sure. Like, why all of a sudden you're trying to make it seem like we both femmes? We're not. We're not. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. Like, you could be a trans man and still feel affinity to your girlhood. In this moment, though, you are mansplaining. And the fact that you're gonna tell me you got an old pic, girl, but that's the pic you comfortable with sharing with us. I'm gonna be so fucking for real, bitch. My picture right now is a cartoon because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my look just yet. But I'm not trying to make it seem like motherfuckers can't tell me who they are. But babe, like, we're both queer people. Like, they was really trying to hit me with a gotcha, talking about some, I'm not a man. And I'm like, okay, so, okay. Pronouns say he, him. You have a masculine name. You got a whole beard. But you telling me, and then gonna tell me, oh, I'm a faggot. Girl, from last time I checked, only gay men said that. So I don't know, girl. You shape shifting before my eyes, girl. It's giving. That's what I'm saying, girl. I'm just like, sweetie. I'm like, it's okay if you're agender, like that's fine. But your profile literally says you're a man. It literally says a man. Like I don't know. Like, did you forget that are you bigender and you want some other shit today? There's a lot of things I'll accept. I'll accept a lot of things that you have to offer, but they really tried to play with me. And then here's my thing: why is it a problem that I'm annoyed that people were listening more intently to the man or someone showing up as masculine? Why is that a problem for me to call that out? Like, motherfuckers was really trying to play with me in the group, like trying to act like I was over here being Aggie. I'm like, girl, I never said shit about you. I just said, oh, so you can hear what I said when a man opened his mouth? Fascinating. That's what I said. I didn't say fuck you. I didn't say your mom's a hoe. I didn't say none of that. But again, the way you would have thought I would have slapped the shit out their face, and now I'm the bitch. Now I'm the hoe. They were really dragging me, call me a ding dong and shit. I was fucking dead. Like, these motherfuckers just called me all types of things. They were like, you're unhinged. I was like, I'm unhinged. I'm like, I'm literally just talking to y'all. Like, it was the most bizarre conversation I've ever had in my entire life, because I'm really talking to them reasonably, and they just throwing insults at me, trying to act like they're being the ones that are reasonable. And I'm like, wow. And not nobody in the comments was like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, a bunch of people being bystanders and shit, talking about what's happening. Just totally taking the power out of the moment and trying to make it seem like this is just a melee attack. It's like, no, girl, I'm just the admin that is talking, and they're trying to do a power struggle, which is weird as fuck. Like, that's what blew me. I'm like, not to want to do a power struggle on a gay app. I'm not trying to be rude when I say that. I'm just saying, like, sweetie, like, we're all gay as hell, broke as fuck, trying to fucking figure out how the fuck we gonna, flip this IKEA money. Like, well, we trying to figure out a lot of things. We got a lot of things going on. A lot of us moving. A lot of us, trying to rescue a cat. Like, let's be so fucking for real. Like, us gay folk got a lot on our plate. So I really don't. I just don't understand why you're here doing this. I'd be very perturbed, but I don't care really. I really don't care. Like I said, I'm the admin because motherfuckers left. Somebody left, and I became the admin. All of a sudden, everybody mad that I'm the admin. When all I literally said was safety not real, and then somebody tried to make it seem like I was basically saying do crack. I was like, nobody said do crack. I just said safety not real. I said, where is safety? I literally asked this. I literally was asking questions. I was like, can you tell me where it's safe for somebody who's black, trans, queer, fat, poor? Like, can you tell me where safety is for that person? And they were like, that's fair. They didn't even want to engage me. So honestly, the space was hostile as fuck. I was like, if there's no safety for those folk, why would the rest of us get safety? Where are you safe, bitch? Like, let's talk about it. And so again, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of them were probably Aggie because they heard that and was like, oh, there's an agenda. And then there were a bunch of mixed people in the group playing backup singer, acting like, oh yeah, the white people are being reasonable, so we're gonna act a fool too. It's like, girl, we did not need help. We did not need help. And honestly, when I read the main antagonist bio, talking about some I'm a biracial faggot, I was just sitting here dying laughing. I was like, not my people. Max. You know what? And they're still eating me up in there, so I'm gonna bring that to the group. I appreciate you for saying that. For anybody that cares, the group is called like Pharmacopoeia. It's like, I want to say if you go through the 420 and community, I want to say if you go to groups and go through community, there's one that says 420. There's one that says community. If you click on either of those, you should be able to find it. Has like 900 members. Like I said, it's called Pharmacopoeia. PHARMACOPEIA. There might not be no E, bitch. I might have made that up. But there's definitely a rainbow flag in it, and it says that I'm the admin. My name on there is 100 B's, and yeah, for the most part, like I said, the group is quiet as fuck. People just be doing drugs. But tonight there was a very spirited discussion, and I feel like, bitch, it had to be that Hunter Moon and Aries, bitch. That Hunter Moon and Aries. Motherfuckers is in there for blood, bitch. And I literally said too, I was like, y'all dragging somebody that did nothing to you. I don't know if y'all realize that. Like, I did nothing. I just said a thing and y'all didn't appreciate it. I don't think that's a crime, right? Motherfuckers was really not playing with me though. They was mad as hell. Um, and then I also said earlier when I got here, our car broke down. Like Dane's car caught a flat, and so we were parked in front of this like rich ass person's house who was very kind to us, but we were hungry as fuck. We were actually on the way to get food, so we had to order the food to the car, and then I texted the delivery driver like, hey, I'm not really at this address. Like, we broke down on the side of the road. Would you mind delivering to our car? Like, you don't need to knock on the door. The woman like literally has an attitude and is telling me to tip extra because I'm asking her to do extra stuff, and I was like, I'm asking you to do less. Like, I'm telling you not to get out your car to go walk to a to a door. I'm telling you I'm broke down by the side of the road. Like, my first message was like, hey, like, thank you so much for taking the order. Like, I'm in a white Ford Fusion, broken down on the side of the road. Like, my energy was very much like, just trying to let you know what the situation is. You don't need to knock on any doors. And she immediately was like, can you tip in person? And I was like, oh, I already tipped on the app. And she's like, yeah, but you got me running around trying to find you. I was like, girl, you don't have to run around at all. I'm sitting in front of the house I put on the thingy. I'm telling you exactly what the make and model of the car is. You don't have to get out your car. You could literally hand it out the window. Like, I was just very perturbed. I was like, I'm not sure if you read what I said. I said that my car broke down and I'm ordering a hamburger. Like, I'm literally like, girlie, do you not notice I'm ordering a hamburger plate to a car? It says it in the delivery notes. It says deliver to the white Ford Fusion. Are you okay? And she was not okay. Or she was not okay. And to be candid with you, I feel like I'm gonna let it go. Cause at first I was gonna fucking do a whole like I was gonna hit up Uber and be like she intimidated me. I was gonna be dramatic as fuck. But I just feel like at this point, I just feel like, bitch, I don't think I'm gonna order food no more. Like, I really feel like I'm at that point, and I hate that for me because I love ordering food, but I think I'm just gonna put myself on an ordering food diet because nah, like that was crazy as fuck. Like, and I feel like I feel like the prices for delivery have been too insane already, and that was just my last straw. Like, this woman basically after getting a $10 tip, being like, "Oh, I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more money to hand you your food out the window." I'm like, all right. And see, that's the thing. I still tipped her, but I did want to be petty and take some money back. But I was like, bitch, no. Because at the end of the day, like, who knows? Maybe she thought I was trying to, get her to go out her way, as she said. So at the end of the day, like, we were just sitting in the car looking like crazy as hell. Bitch, that's the other part about it. Like, we was really stranded. Just sitting in the car waiting for this bitch. Like, huh? No, exactly. And my thing is this, like, bitch, the car's still there. Last thing I needed was me to put her on blast, and then she coming back and doing some damage to the car. Because that's what I thought about. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I fucking take the tip back, watch her be like, oh, I'm going back up over there. You know what I mean? And I ain't want that shit at all, bitch. I'm telling you, on some Capricorn shit, I'm trying to think past, present, and future, bitch. I'm not trying to think short-sightedly at all. I'm like, hold on, what's the get back? If I do this shit, I'm gonna just let her keep that little 10, bitch, and put a down vote of her as my dasher, so I never get her ass again. And that's what I'll do. I'm not playing with her. Exactly, 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 exactly. And that's my other thing too. Is like I really just be trying to remind myself, like, I don't really feel like nobody really want to like be treating people like bad. I really do think that and I've seen it enough and I've done it enough. Like, sometimes like we're fucked up. Like, we're harmed, traumatized, and we just passing it along like it's nothing, and it's unfortunate. Like, I know what that's like to like really just feel like fuck it. Who cares about maintaining these relationships? Because none of the ones that should be maintained have been. And like, I get it, but damn. Sometimes, bitch, it just be so fucking distressing. Like, how much we're unprotected. Like, how much we just don't get it. Like, how much we just don't get it. We just don't get the things we need. That shit hurts. Motherfuckers definitely be stuck in other ways, for sure. And again, who knows what kind of night she was having, bitch, because that Aries moon wasn't playing. I don't know about y'all, but that Aries moon didn't play with me at all. That Aries moon not playing, baby. It's the way I don't even want to go to bed, bitch. I'm so mad at her. I'm so mad at you, moon. Cause she bright as fuck. I don't know if you see it, but the moon almost looked like it's on fire. I ain't never seen a moon that blindingly white before, bitch. The moon had me shook. I was like, damn, bitch. That Aries moon not playing. That Mars, bitch. Shit look white hot. Like when you see like a lighter and like the very tip of it is white as fuck. It's like that blinding hot white. Definitely like make you see it. Like some full moons, they just a little bit corny. They got a little bit of hue to them. But this one, oh, that Aries full moon haunting as fuck. Like I swear, the shit look like just a fire through the trees. Shit, maybe we needed it though. Maybe we needed the moon to get direct. Maybe we needed the moon to have a little power, a little youth behind it, you know? I don't really know. But I should probably take my ass to sleep. I hate that for me. But I gotta work tomorrow, 11 to 7. And then hopefully I can get my menu done. They said I could leave early if it's quiet, but bitch, they usually don't put they usually don't put a bitch on a swing shift unless it's gonna be a crazy day. So we go see bitch, but just pray for me, bitch, because 11 to 7 is one of the most boring shifts. Like nothing really happens. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Like the first motherfucking 4 hours of your shift, you're just lunching. Ain't shit but answering the phone. And then boom, everybody trying to check in for like the last fucking 3 hours of your shift. It's just people checking in and popping up on you. And I'll say it goes by pretty quickly, but them first 4 hours is fucking hell. Because everybody mad that they can't check in. Everybody mad. Everybody wants you to put their luggage behind the desk. This one lady asked me for a wake up call. I was like, oh, I was like, you can use your phone. Like, the first time someone asked me, I did it. And then I was like, that was crazy. The second time I tried to do what my boss told me to do, which is to say to use her phone. And the bitch was like, oh, well, I know about my phone, but I just want that extra security, bitch. I went to wakeupcall.com and put her number in that shit. I tried it on my number first just to make sure it worked, bitch, because I don't want to play her ass. But, sweetie, because I couldn't do it. I'm trying my best. Word. I'm crying. Love, I hope that finals goes well. Proud of you, bitch. Yes. Take your studying seriously. I'm proud of you. Yes. You better, bitch. And, bitch, for all of y'all that's going to school, I'm so fucking proud of y'all. Like, for real. Level up. Do whatever it is you want to do. Don't let none of them dreams stop. Just keep on dreaming, bitch. If you can't go to school this semester, that's okay. That's okay. There's other things you can do to enrich yourself and prepare yourself, okay? So don't be discouraged, friends, because you really never know. You really never know. Some of y'all may be like, oh, I don't see myself going back to school. Next thing you know, you find out about a new field of study that interests you. And I pray that that happens to y'all. It's so exciting when you start to realize, like, it's another path you could take. It's more life out there. It's like, whatever the fuck you doing right now, that ain't it. What a beautiful feeling, ain't it? Like, when you realize, like, I don't got to keep on suffering like this. I could tap into a new path whenever I want. So exciting. Mm. Yo, Tammy, I love the way you described that. You are such a poetic individual. Just thank you for being here and communicating with us the way that you do. Because the moon really was one of those sights to see. And, feeling grateful to be able to perceive the moon. I have to agree. Like, there's some sunsets that I've seen, especially recently. Oh, there was one that was like purple and pink and with a little hint of gold. I'm such a look at the sky bitch. Yo, you remember on Tumblr when they had the colors of the sky post and it lasted forever? I love that shit. Damn bitch. Yo, did y'all know that Tumblr came back? Like people are back on Tumblr again? I don't know if you care, but I definitely started posting again on there. I think I'm gonna get back on there for real, cause I feel like I want a space where I don't talk about my business at all. I just exist as a bitch online. Cause I miss that shit. Like running a business is like really consuming in terms of like you always feel like you gotta tell people about your shit so you could like pop, and it's like I don't want to pop. I just want consistent customers. Like that's really it. I just want consistent customers. And when I say consistent, I just mean like I want to make sure that I'm fulfilling orders correctly. I want to make sure that I'm, doing all that I need to do to make sure everything's working consistently. You feel what I'm saying here? I want consistent support on my side so that I can do what I need to do. And I feel like I didn't realize how much of my business was just based on like a set amount of clients, not necessarily me strategizing. So that's another level up skill that I had to learn that I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was popular enough to be supported in the way I was. And so I didn't really have to think too much in the beginning, but I never really figured out a business plan or anything like that. And I still don't have one. I really just am trying to not die, which feels silly at this point, but I feel like a lot of us are on that type of time. And that's why I feel like my price point changed, because it's like, hold on. It's like I'm really not trying to make money as much as I'm trying to make sure I have access to plant medicine for myself. If I'm being super candid, like the business wasn't just like when it started, like I just wanted to make sure I had a hotel room. Like I wanted to make sure being homeless I wasn't going to be sleeping outside. And obviously I haven't been. Like since I started my business, I've never slept outside. And I guess like that's the scary part about having a business is like at some point you got to be like I got new shit that I need or I want. And I've been trying to just remind myself that like I really want to dream of the collective. I want to dream of the future that I want with other people. I don't want to just think about buying this or that thing. And that's where I'm at right now. That's my crossroads as a business owner, is trying to figure out how to move forward and not do too much. Like I'm not trying to do too much. I'm trying to just be consistent and do what I need to do. But even that, bitch, it's not promised. But I'm really hoping that I can get back into the swing of things, because having one job, easy. Having two jobs, that is a challenge. And I haven't really had two jobs a lot in my life. This is probably one of those times where I'm really taking two jobs seriously and not just working a part-time hustle. So I don't know. I just feel like there's part of me that feels like poverty makes it so hard to want stuff. Because we don't live in a society that allows us to want stuff while knowing that everybody else is going to get it too. It's very much an exclusive thing to want, it seems. I'm not saying there's anything bad about wanting, but I don't know. I guess like sometimes it feels uncomfortable to like think bigger. Like sometimes it really does. And that's because there's a risk. Okay, collision repair. Shout out to you. Love, I love to hear that. Yes. Thank you for sharing your joy with us. Like, for real. Anybody who's going back to school. And I know I was talking shit about my neighbor, but bitch, there's just something about a 60-year-old white lady asking you to go back to college where it just sounds like a buddy film that nobody should be a part of, let alone me. Not even Queen Latifah should be in that. It just sounds like a terrible movie. And I'm not trying to play my neighbor. I'm just saying a white woman trying to go back to college with you, like, sweetie, I'm so sorry, but what in the Zeus? What in the movie? Like, what in the Tubi? Like, I'm so sorry, but there's just something about that just sounds like Judd Apatow needs to write that comedy. There needs to be so many writers in that room. I just can't imagine. Mango Peel, I'm fucking screaming. You're funny as fuck. Listen, you know what? You are fucking silly as hell. Listen, I feel like there are people out here who, when they were in school the first time, that shit was hard as hell. or it was, they didn't have their accommodations. Like, I think that that's the thing too. Like, for some of us, going back to school means being acknowledged as someone with autism or ADHD. And I think about how some of us going back to school can be joyous. There can be a lot of excitement knowing that you're going to be accommodated, especially since you can advocate for yourself now. So I think about that. I think about how, like, that's where I turn my mind. That's where my mind turned the corner, is when I realized that if I did go back to school, I could probably get accommodations, and how there are so many ways that if we had the proper accommodations, a lot of our lives would look so different. And I think that's the part that fucks me up about being disabled. Is like there were so many moments where it was obvious I needed support. Like, so many little moments stick out to me, like now. Moments where I was being neglected, moments where I was not given the right information to thrive. And I weep for that. I weep for that. I weep for the reality that some people had access to me and were stewarding me through life, and they didn't deserve that. And that can be a hard thing to hold, but it's even more exciting to think that, like, we are now in rooms that we are putting ourselves in, that, like, maybe we weren't born in the right room for us. Maybe we spent a long time standing next to people that we thought we had to love someday, one day, and then we find out that nobody is owed our love, that they either earn it through showing us respect and vulnerability and authenticity, or they don't. Like, realizing that it's not on you to cultivate connection with anyone, it's on both of you. And it's a shared dance that you're doing together, or you're not. And those things do not come just because you want them to come. Some stuff just hits you like a bonk, Ooh, that person didn't value our relationship. That really don't got nothing to do with me, you know? Again, I don't know shit, bitch. I just be doing drugs. And I seen a video recently where this girl was like, I know a lot of people trying to microdose, but I'm gonna need y'all to start taking at least 7 grams and shit in one trip. And I was like, bro, I have never done that big of a trip. I don't even think I've done more than 2 grams at a time. I could not imagine doing a 3 gram trip at this point in time right now. But I'm excited. Nathan, I hear you for real. I'm wondering, like, if you wouldn't mind just like being candid about what it is that you're trying to start the business of, because you may find that there are other people in the space that may know more, may want to mentor you. Like, you really never know. But I would suggest, like, if you wanted to start a business or do anything, I would suggest talking to your community, because there are so many fucking people that are also trying to start a business, also trying to, do something different, do something creative. You really never know. And I'm really grateful because some of my friends show up and help me with my business, and I'm just like, damn, like, how kind they are. Because, I'm not saying they don't benefit in any way, but, they're not an employee. I can't afford to hire nobody, really. And so, I don't know. There's just something about watering a seed with others that just feels so exciting. Word, word. Listen, I feel like personally, I don't know anything about that market, but I do think that it may be worth it to check out Reddit, to check out these forums where people are candid about their small businesses, because you'll find that, like, there are a lot of people who have small business groups that support each other, but you definitely gotta, like, take that step and, like, be vulnerable about what your needs are. With that being said, I'm going to get the hell up out of here. I am so sleepy. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Thank y'all for spending time. Thank y'all for letting me talk so fucking long. I fucking love talking, clearly. I just thank you for not making me feel like I'm doing too much. Appreciate you. Love you. Hope you all have sweet dreams. And I hope everyone takes care of themselves and does everything that feels good. And maybe if it feels a little bit hard, take a deep breath. Call your bestie. Call your auntie. Call your big cousin. Call your Uncle Peanut. Call somebody that makes things seem fun. And then maybe ask them what they would do. They might not give you the best advice, bitch, but you might laugh and then realize it's not that deep. My feelings are valid. You know, I'm not liking this shit. That's enough. No is a full sentence. I'm not available for that as a kinder one. That's all I got. I love you.